Very good. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Cousins. I've been designated by the Commissioner of Consumer Protection to be the hearing officer in today's remonstrance hearing. This is case number 20221215. Everyone should be aware that this is being recorded. Here with me today are Commissioners Boletto and McKinney. For the record, I'll note that the hearing is convened at 1:08 p.m. on December 15th, 2022 through the Zoom platform. This is being held remotely. This is a contested remonstrance case hearing being held by the Connecticut Department of Consumer Protection regarding the new application for a cafe liquor permit number LCA 8021 for Rafael Custodio, permittee, and that's for the Faro Restaurant and Lounge at 212 Burnside Avenue, East Hartford, Connecticut, and the backer is RJC LLC. And we are here based on a legally sufficient and properly filed remonstrance petition. I'm now going to request that everybody, and we'll do it as the witnesses come through again, but just to start off, I request everyone who's going to participate in today's hearing, who's already been made a panelist, to state your name and address for the record, including what position you may hold. So we'll start with Mr. Matteo.
Sure. Scott Matteo, Staff Attorney, Department of Consumer Protection. I handle liquor enforcement matters.
We can go with either party, or does.
Why don't we go to Agent Fedor?
Yes, my name is Richard Fedor. I'm a liquor control agent with the Department of Consumer Protection, and I work at 450 Columbus Boulevard in Hartford.
Other agents?
My name is Kevin Mercado. I'm a supervising agent for Department of Consumer Protection, Liquor Control Division, located at 450 Columbus Boulevard, Hartford, Connecticut.
And the applicants for the license? You're on mute, Mr. Custodio. You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Hear you now.
Oh, sorry. My name is Rafael Custodio. I'm the owner of Faro Restaurant Lounge, 212 Burnside Avenue, Hartford.
Thank you. Mr. Santana?
Yeah, my name is Gilbert Santana. I'm the manager and head security for Faro Restaurant and Lounge, 212 Burnside Avenue in Hartford.
And the agent for the remonstrance is here?
My name is Connor. Mute ourselves. Connor Martin, Chief of Staff for the town of East Hartford, 740 Main Street.
Very good. Could each of you please now raise your right hand so I can administer the oath? Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you are about to give concerning the case now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon the penalty of perjury? Please say I do.
Yes.
Yes.
I did.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so what we're going to do first is we're going to have the DCP attorney start with his witnesses. The Department of Consumer Protection does not take an official position in this matter, but we will present witnesses and evidence. Then we'll turn it over to the parties after Mr. Matteo and questioning across the board. We'll have the agent for the remonstrance and then the permittee. So I'd like to start with Mr. Matteo and his witnesses.
Great. Thank you, Hearing Officer Cousins. And just as a housekeeping matter, what I'd like to do is start off by asking the commission to accept into evidence my proposed Exhibit A, which I will share with everyone here. Bear with me. I say this every time. I always have to get my bearings when I'm on Teams. Actually, maybe when I'm on
Zoom.
That's right. Okay, share screen. Okay. Can everyone see this document?
Yep.
Yes. So I'd like for this to be admitted into the record. This is the hearing notice that was sent to both the applicants and to Mr. Martin, the agent for the remonstrance.
And it's dated what date?
This would be dated November 22nd of this year.
And signed by you.
Correct.
Okay. Any objections to this document being admitted?
No.
No.
So this will be Commission 1.
Okay. And I just want to, again, a couple of housekeeping matters before we start with witness testimony. I did send over all of my proposed exhibits to both Mr. Martin and to Mr. Custodio and Mr. Santana in advance of the hearing, so they have been able to take a look at them beforehand. Also, just to clarify, and as indicated on the hearing notice, this is actually an application for a renewal of a permit. It's not an initial application, and the testimony will bear that out as well. And then finally, I did receive a list of witnesses from both Mr. Martin and Faro about for people that they would like to testify. So I do have the names of those folks, but obviously, you know, I do want to make the commission aware that there are witnesses that are going to be appearing, and so just a reminder, they'll need to be sworn in as they come up. All right. So at this point, what I'd like to do is call Agent Fedor. Good afternoon, Agent Fedor. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. I know you stated it before, but could again you just state your name, title, and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Richard Fedor. I'm a liquor control agent for the Department of Consumer Protection, and I work at 450 Columbus Boulevard, Hartford.
And how long have you been working for the Liquor Control Division?
About 21 years.
And is it part of your job to review remonstrances on applications for liquor permits?
Yes, it is.
And are you familiar with the requirements of laws concerning remonstrances?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with the requirements for the laws of holding a cafe permit?
Yes, I am.
Were you assigned to review the remonstrance against Faro Restaurant and Lounge?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did you in fact review that remonstrance?
I did.
Okay. Did you verify that this was a valid remonstrance signed by 10 persons in the town of East Hartford as required?
I did.
Okay. Was the remonstrance received in a timely manner?
It was.
And just again, for the record, was this remonstrance on a new application, a renewal, or a removal?
It was on a renewal.
Can you briefly explain the substance of the concerns that were raised by the remonstrance?
People felt that the establishment caused a lot of disturbances in the neighborhood.
Okay. And so what I'd like to do, I didn't realize I was sharing the screen the entire time, but this is actually useful. What I'd like to do is go through my other two proposed exhibits and ask for them to be introduced into the record. So Agent Fedor, I'm showing you my second proposed exhibit. Do you see this document?
I do.
Okay. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Okay. And do you know what this document is?
Yes. Brings up the complaints that the city of East Hartford had about this location.
Okay. Was this included with the petition for the remonstrance?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I'd like for this document to be admitted as Commission's Exhibit 2.
This is a letter from the mayor of the town of East Hartford dated what?
October
10/31.
31st. Mhm.
Scott, could you go up a little bit and leave it up for a second, so I can peruse it? No, the other way, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay.
Body, thank you. I just want to peruse it quickly.
All right, any objections to this letter?
No.
No.
We can wait until Commissioner Boletto's done reviewing it.
Thank you.
All right, so this will be commissions 2.
Thank you, hearing officer. And last exhibit, Agent Fedor. I guess let me back up a second. After you testified before that you verified that this was a valid remonstrance signed by 10 persons in the town as required, did you prepare a report, regarding the remonstrance and your investigation to confirm
I did.
that this was in fact valid? Okay. And I'm showing you a copy. I'm showing you an exhibit, a proposed exhibit. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Okay. And what is this document?
This is the LC18 report that I did for the remonstrance.
Okay. And I'd like for this document to be admitted into the record as Commission's Exhibit 3.
You keep going just through the whole document?
Sure.
Okay, so it's 7 pages long. And this is the LC18. Is there a date on this?
Yes, I believe there is. Let me scroll up to the top.
11.
So, officially signed off by the Director of Liquor Control to transfer it over to the Legal Division on November 8th.
Any objections to this document being admitted as evidence?
Nope.
No.
No.
Thank you. This will be commissions 3.
Thank you, Agent Fedor. I don't have any further questions for you at this point.
Next witness, or are you done with your witnesses?
I'm done. I don't know if any of the other the remonstrance or the
All right, I just-
applicants.
But you're done. Okay.
I
Commissioners.
have one more. I have one more witness after Agent Fedor.
All right, thank you.
Yes, I'm done.
Commissioners, any questions? Or well, actually, let's let the agent for the remonstrance. Any questions for this witness? That'd be you, Mr. Martin. Sorry.
You're asking me if I have any questions
Yes.
for, so the only question I guess I have for Mr. Modeo is, I believe we had submitted another exhibit as well, which was a letter from our police department dated August 18th to Miss Caitlin Anderson. Just wondering if that would be included as evidence on the record.
Sure. I mean, you can include that in evidence when you present the case for the remonstrance. This is just the Commission's exhibit, but yes, I have it. I actually have it pulled up on that on Adobe. So when we get to your portion of the hearing, you can have it passed and entered into the record at that point.
I agree with that. And also, I apologize for before. This is a renewal, so to correct the record, it's not for a new license, it's for a new license. Mr. Santana or Mr. Custodio, any questions for the Agent Fedor?
As of right now, no. I don't know if my brother does.
No. Not right now.
And commissioners, any questions for Agent Fedor?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. So Scott, please present your next witness.
Yes, I'd like to call Supervising Agent Mercado. Good afternoon, Supervising Agent Mercado. How are you?
Thank you.
Could you please state your name, title, and business address for the record again?
Yes, my name is Kevin Mercado. I'm the supervising agent for Department of Consumer Protection, Liquor Control Division, located at 450 Columbus Boulevard, Hartford.
How long have you been working for Liquor Control?
Approximately 29 years.
And what sort of matters do you supervise?
I supervise a enforcement unit where we investigate complaints, conduct joint operations with police departments regarding liquor matters, and we follow up with police referral reports for further investigation.
And is one of the tasks that you supervise remonstrance petitions?
Yes,
Okay. And how many supervising agents are there assigned to enforcement matters at the Liquor Control Division?
there are 2 of us.
And how are enforcement cases divided between you and the other supervising agent?
We have two territories for enforcement. It's based on the number of permits in the given territory. And I head up one of those territories of the two.
And is East Hartford in your territory of enforcement?
It is.
Now, as a supervising agent, are you responsible for assigning cases to agents and consulting with them on investigations and reviewing their reports?
Yes.
So is it fair to say then that if there's a complaint or an investigation against a particular premise in your territory, you'll be familiar with it?
Yes, that's fair to say.
Let's see, Commission's Exhibit 3 is Agent Fedor's report. Did you sign off on that report?
I did.
Okay. And does that mean that when you signed off, you reviewed the report?
That's correct. I reviewed the report.
Great. And do you know when the permit was issued to Faro Restaurant and Lounge?
Our records show that we issued the first issued permit for the location on August of 2018.
August of 2018. Okay. And let's see, do you know within the past year or so, have there been any enforcement issues with Faro?
Yes.
Okay. Can you briefly describe them?
Yes. Early past summer, I had a conference call with the police. They had some concerns of the premises, concerns being that the premises was being disrupted to neighboring residents. They had a lot of calls of service. So at the end of our discussion, we agreed to have a joint operation where we would conduct an inspection to further observe their conduct. We came up with a date. We conducted an unannounced inspection on June 10th of this past year, where we found minors drinking and minors loitering. Also, we found unlawful hookah smoking while we're at the inspection. And then shortly, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, good. After that, I received a police report from the police in August indicating that they had an incident arising out of the premises. It was reported that police were on patrol and they found patrons pouring out of the premises, fighting, and then it spilled out to the parking lot, and then they had some issues in the parking lot. And then after that incident, we asked that the permit holder come into our office and conduct a meeting. The permit holder, along with his staff, police officers were invited, liquor control staff. We met, and we just want to review their security measures based on the incident that they currently recently had. It was a collaborative type of meeting. We're looking for areas of improvement with the security, and some suggestions were made. After the security meeting, a safety plan was drafted, and it was agreed upon by all parties, including the permit holder who signed off on the agreement. After the agreement that took place, shortly after the August incident, our meeting was held in September. And then shortly after, well, in October, we received another police report from the police. Basically, the report went on to say that police were on patrol. They came across the premises where many patrons were running out of the establishment. Police officers approached security to find out what went on. Security indicated to the police that there was a fight that took place inside, and hookahs were being thrown during the fight. And then security, it was mentioned in the report that security deployed their pepper spray to quell the fight. And then that caused all the patrons to run out of the establishment. After that, we received this remonstrance, which is where we're at today. And let's summarize things that took place on our behalf for liquor control this past year.
And those enforcement cases, they are referenced in the report prepared by Agent Fedor and signed off by you?
They are.
Okay. And so from what I'm hearing, it's that last incident, has that incident, an enforcement case, has that been resolved yet as of today?
It's an open case. No, it hasn't been resolved.
Okay. Is that the only open case of which you're aware against Faro?
The previous incidents from the police report is an open case as well.
Okay. And what is the current status of the permit?
The permit's in an elapsed status, which means that their permit expired.
Do you know
as
when it
of
expired?
December 6th.
Do you know if they're currently operating?
They are not.
Okay. And how were you able to confirm that they are not currently operating?
I was able to reach out to the assistant chief, Mac Hawkins, who reached out to his supervisor on duty at night, and they had confirmed that the establishment has been closed.
And this is the assistant chief of police for East Hartford, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If a permit is lapsed, can it still be renewed?
It's my understanding it can be renewed with a late fee.
Okay. Is it also your understanding that even if a permit is in lapse status, the Liquor Control Commission can still issue a ruling on the suitability of Mr. Custodio to hold a liquor permit or the suitability of this location to be a place where liquor is sold?
That's my understanding, yes.
Thank you, Supervising Agent Mercado. I don't have any further questions for you at this point.
Mr. Martin, do you have any questions for Mr. Mercado?
I do not at the moment.
Mr. Custodio or Mr. Santana, any questions for Agent Mercado at this time?
Yeah, my name is Gilbert Santana. Again, I'm the head security and manager for Fido Restaurant and Lounge. I just want to just note it and put it out there. On the August incident, the fight that happened literally was 3 houses up and across the street from our establishment.
Anything further?
No, that'll be it.
All right. That wasn't really a question, but and you can bring that up on your time. It's okay. Any questions, Mr. Custodio?
No, I don't. Just my brother got clear what happened. Is no happened on us parking lot or parking lot across the street. That happened away. That's
All
block
right,
away.
you can bring that up when it's your turn to testify.
No,
Thank you.
no problem. No question.
Thanks. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Mercado?
Not at this point, thank you.
Yes, please.
Sure.
Agent Mercado, just to make sure I understand this correctly, are you saying that there are currently 2 open enforcement actions?
Yes, there are.
And the first one is with respect to your joint operation with the East Hartford Police Department where minors were found drinking?
No, sir, that case has been closed. It's the 2 police incident referrals that we received that are open.
Okay. Do you know what the result of the case that was closed was?
It resulted in a civil penalty of suspension and monies involved with the suspension.
Okay, so we have an action that was taken and closed, 2 open enforcement cases. Were there any other previous enforcement actions?
No.
Okay, and do you happen to know, before Faro Restaurant and Lounge was using this location, was there a previous establishment there with a liquor license?
Sir, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Santana, you had a question?
Yeah, I'm just trying to, I'm writing stuff down. I'm just trying to see. So I know one of the cases that was, that Mercado said was the October one. I'm just trying to get information. Which one was the other one that's still open?
The August incident, where we received a police report. And then there was an October incident where we received a police report.
So August and October are the only two cases that are being opened that are open right now against us?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. I'm all set.
Any follow-ups, commissioners?
No, not at this time.
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Scott. Do you want to move on to your next witness, or do you have a next witness?
That was my last witness.
Okay. And just for clarity, did I hear just the original license was issued in August of 2018? Is that what I? Yes. Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you. All right. So that's all the witnesses from the Department of Consumer Protection. Next, we would go to the agent for the remonstrance. That's Mr. Martin, to put on his case. So take it away, Mr. Martin. Could you repeat your name and address and position that you hold as well, please?
Sure. My name is Connor Martin, Chief of Staff to the Mayor for the Town of East Hartford. Address is 740 Main Street, East Hartford, Connecticut, 06118.
Thank you. Please continue.
Yeah, so thank you for allowing us the time to testify. A lot of what Mr. Mercado said was very accurate. And I will say, despite only the 2 police reports that we have submitted to the Liquor Control Commission, over the past 3 years that Faro has been operating, the town has had over 250 calls for service at that location related to Faro Lounge or the attendees that go to Faro Lounge. We have events spanning all the way back from 2020. Quite frankly, Faro Lounge is unfortunately a establishment in town that continues to pose an immediate danger to their customers, to our neighbors, our motorists, and also to our responding officers. Out of those 250 calls, they are constantly related to fights from the patrons who attend Faro's Lounge, unruly crowds, loud music, intoxicated people. And despite numerous residents' complaints to our office, to the PD, and also to Faro Lounge staff, we have not seen an improvement in the behavior of the patrons at Faro Lounge. I know Faro has worked quite closely with our police officers in our police department. I know our police department has ordered Faro Lounge to make corrective action, and still we are not seeing the relief that the neighborhood deserves. We have instances ranging from patrons of Faro Lounge, like I said, fighting, hookah violations, what would you call it? Recklessness, motor vehicle behavior. We have had instances of shots being fired. We have found patrons in possession of handguns outside and inside the restaurant. Our health department has been there to cite them and also identify violations related to, like I said, hookah, as well as underage drinking and basically just underage patrons attending Faro Lounge. So you'll hear this from our witnesses. It isn't getting any better. No matter what the town has done, no matter what our police department has done, which has also entailed stationing a police officer, if not multiple police officers, outside the restaurant every single week. It really hasn't provided the residents of that neighborhood any relief. If you know East Hartford and you know where Faro Lounge is situated, they are in a heavy residential district here in town on Burnside Ave. Quite frankly, most of the problems persist when people are leaving Faro Lounge, or if a fight spills out of Faro Lounge into the road. There is really no action or effort to move people along, to get people home. People are allowed to kind of stay there on the street, disrupting residents. This all happens later than 2 o'clock in the morning, from Thursday to almost Sunday. So this town strongly opposes any renewal of liquor license for Faro Lounge. We haven't seen the problems get better. We're not confident they will get better. And quite frankly, you'll hear from the witnesses themselves, this is a direct effect on their quality of life every single weekend, and it has been for the past 3 years.
Okay, so that would be your opening statement. Rather than take questions of Mr. Martin at this point, I was thinking we would get to the witnesses. Commissioners, are you okay with that?
I just, let me
Okay,
answer,
go ahead.
only because you just brought it up and I don't want to, I'm going to get sidelined. Mr. Martin, what are you reading from that shows how many stops or calls have been at that location or related to location?
Yes, sir. I am reading from the exhibit that we submitted, which is a letter from our Assistant Police Chief, Mac Hawkins, that was sent to Ms. Caitlin Anderson on August 18th, documenting all the different calls.
Okay, so could you submit those as
Yeah.
evidence, please, because those have not been submitted as evidence, even though you sent them to Caitlin Anderson. Those would have to be submitted now to us as the commission. So could you submit those, please?
So I submitted them to Mr. Medeo when asking us to.
Okay, can you ask Scott to submit them
Yep.
as
I'm pulling it up right now.
how we do it? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Martin, is it Commissioner Hawkins going to be one of your witnesses?
I can't see if any of the witnesses on.
Stop. Okay. No, you're fine, right there. Thank you.
I can get him on the phone when we need him.
Okay, we can get him when we need him. He is running a little late. I'm not, like I said, I can't see if the witnesses or who's attended as a witness. So if you see him, then he should be on. If not, then he's still running a little late.
Okay.
And
Right.
Okay. 250 calls.
Are you on the call by?
I believe our Assistant Chief Mac Hawkins is on as a witness.
Great. And we didn't get to the bottom. Is he the person who signed this letter?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Great. If he could, yeah, that would be great. We could have him. That'd be perfect.
Mr. Martin, could you call Assistant Chief Hawkins?
I'm
Yes.
set. Thank you. I don't, as long as John said, I'm set with this exhibit. Thank you.
Okay, I'd want him to authenticate that he sent it.
I'm sorry, Scott. I'm sorry.
No problem.
I believe he is on. I don't think I have the controls to bring him up. He said he
Yeah,
could hear you.
I see him now. I'll promote him to panelist.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I just ask one quick question before he comes on. Mr. Martin, has this location prior to Faro being there been home to a facility establishment with a liquor license, to your knowledge?
That I don't know to my knowledge.
Okay, thank
Probably better asking the deputy chief, John.
Yep.
I know.
All right, so is Deputy Chief Hawkins available now?
I am available. It's not letting me.
It's all right.
Oh.
Ah, there you are. Okay. So it may be disruptive for Mr. Martin, but I'm going to swear you in just long enough to ask you to authenticate this document, if that's all right.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Mr. Chief, could you state your name and address and your position with that you're testifying from today?
My full name is Matt Hawkins. I am the Assistant Chief of the East Hartford Police Department, 31 School Street, East Hartford, Connecticut, 06108.
And Mr. Hawkins, would you raise your Commissioner Chief Hawkins, would you please raise your right hand?
Yes,
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you're about to give concerning the case now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or upon the penalty of perjury?
I do.
So, and we'll start just with a simple question. Did you send this letter?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and this is a true representation of that letter?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not sure if Agent Martin wants to talk about it now, but are there any objections to this letter being admitted as Remonstrance A?
Yes.
No, there.
No.
Okay, so who objected?
Santana did.
Okay, so Mr. Santana, do you have an objection about whether or not this is the letter that it was sent, or do you have a concern about the contents?
It's the contents.
All right, so what we're just doing now is saying that this is the letter. We're not getting to the truth of it.
Okay, no problem. Sorry about it.
No problem. I'm glad to explain it. So we're going to admit this as Remonstrance A. Okay, and we'll go back to Mr. Martin. I don't know if you want to bring Chief Hawkins in to talk about this now, or have other witnesses, or do you
No.
have other documents you'd like to bring in now?
I do not, sir. That was the only exhibit we submitted.
Okay.
For our witness stands, but yeah, I think it'd be appropriate at this time if Assistant Chief Matt Hawkins could talk a little more on the content of this letter and from a police standpoint, what they've been experiencing with Faro Lounge.
Okay, Chief Hawkins, and Scott, do you want to put the letter back up, or?
Sure, hold on.
So, thank you. So Agent Martin, you can ask Chief Hawkins any questions you may have.
Yeah. So, Chief, let me start with, actually, I'll ask the question that one of the commissioners had asked. Are you aware if this establishment where Faro Lounge is was before Faro held a liquor license? Were they previously a bar? Are you familiar with what was there before Faro?
My memory serves me correct. I believe it was Michael's Bar prior to.
Okay. And that bar held a liquor license?
I believe it did, yes.
Okay, thank you, Chief. So if I could, Chief, can you give the commission department just a little summary of what the experience has been like for your department with Faro Lounge in the last 3 years as it relates to this letter that you've sent?
So I know over the last few years, I want to say that last 3 years, I pulled the statistics. We've responded to over 250 calls for service for that establishment alone. For the establishment and area residents complaining about the noise coming from that establishment. We've responded to fights, firearms violations, stabbing violations, fights across the street that spill over from the establishment. So the challenging thing is we're putting our residents at harm. We're putting my officers at harm. I hire at any given time, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night, an extra 3 officers just for that, at the expense of the taxpayers and the town.
Thank you, Chief. Going back to kind of your last point, how much time would you say the department is spending addressing the calls coming from Faro Lounge, or at least the surrounding neighborhood?
So all my calls for service, I average between probably 9 o'clock at night to 2 or 3, maybe even 4 in the morning, depending on how late people stay out. So you're saying a good 4 to 6 hours a night on a Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night. Those hours do add up. And like I said, and that's all on an overtime basis. So that adds up to the residents and the taxpayers as well as the town.
Thank you, Chief. Chief, can you think of any other establishment in town where your department is spending this amount of time addressing service calls?
At this time, no. I did have some issues with 860, also known as Besso's Lounge, but they have actually been pretty good lately.
Got it. Okay, my last question, I believe, is what has been the response from Faro Security Management Detail regarding some of the service calls, and mitigating some of the issues that we're having in the neighborhood? What has been your interaction with them? Have they been cooperative or have they not been?
So as far as we've met with them probably on 3 or 4 occasions, they've definitely been cooperative, although the problem hasn't gotten any better.
Understood.
And we still continue to get the calls for service from the area residents, as well as the fights that are going on inside. The only time that has stopped, to be honest with you, has been the last couple of weeks because it's been closed.
Understood. What are some of the things that you're hearing from residents when they call for service? What are some things they're calling about specifically?
Specifically, noise complaint, mostly on Burnside Avenue and some of the side streets. People are partying, jumping on cars, and just garbage left over after they're kind of hanging out and partying on cars and throwing garbage around the yards. Has been the main complaints.
All right. Thank you, Assistant Chief. That's all the questions I have for now.
Did you want to go, is there anything specifically in the letter you wanted to bring out? Since he's the only one competent to testify about the letter?
Yeah. Chief, can you actually talk about the last 2 instances that the last 2 police reports that were forwarded to the Liquor Commission, I believe one in August and one in October. I believe it's probably the August 14th incident, and then I don't have the date for the October one. Can you talk on those, the last 2 reports that the Liquor Commission received from you, and why
Sure.
you sent that to the Liquor Commission?
Yes, the one on August 14th, my officers were working extra time that night. They observed the large fight spilling out of the bar. People were fighting, they continued to fight. The fight grew to about, I'm just trying to read on the screen, 20 combatants into the street. Obviously, we made some arrests out of there. We seized a handgun from that incident that was left on a seat in a car. Everyone appeared to be under the influence of alcohol. And that's pretty much it in a nutshell.
Do you remember the October incident? That was
Not,
the commission?
not off the top of my head. But if you kind of pull it up, I can.
This is a letter from August, so that's not going to be in there.
Yeah, it wasn't in there.
October. No, not off the top of my head. No.
Okay.
And you can, Mr. Martin, you can ask him questions about it if you want.
Yeah, do you remember the October incident? The Liquor Commission cites receiving a report from us.
There's been so many reports. I don't recall that one off the top of my head. I would have to pull it up.
Understood. Okay, I think no further questions.
Okay, so Mr. Santana and Mr. Custodio, do you have any questions for Assistant Chief Hawkins or about the letter that he wrote?
I have one. So on the letter, it says that over the past 3 years, we received 250 complaints. But my brother has his license in February of 2018. We were closed literally when it was COVID, which was 2022 through about like May of 2021. So how is it that within the past 3 years, we received over 250 complaints if we were closed for about like a year and a half when the pandemic started? And also, I have another question. You say we have over
One question at a
250
time. One question at a time. Let him answer.
So if you want, I can provide all of those details. So every single call for service that we have for 212 Burnside Avenue and the surrounding gets logged through the PD through our CAD system. So those aren't numbers that I make up. Those are numbers that I get out of my system for calls for service. I can share those with you if you would like.
Okay. Now, my next question was the word down here. The complaints that you've been receiving, according to us, for Fado Restaurant and Lounge, you can admit that majority of those calls are after 2 o'clock once business is closed.
Without looking at the statistics, I know I get them before, during, and after. I can say that factually. Without actually looking at each and every call individually, I could say I know I get them before, during, and after the club.
Okay, so are those calls all from different neighbors or a specific one? Because I could give you the amount of complaints of one neighbor that literally has called and complained literally every single day, 4 or 5 times a day.
Now, various residents neighborhood.
Okay.
Any further questions, Mr. Santana?
No more questions for the chief. I don't know if Rafael, my brother, has any questions.
That was my next question. Mr. Custodio, do you have any questions?
No, the only question I have, he say incident with a gun inside the business. When that happens, or the stabbing people inside, because remember before me there was another names, maybe.
Without looking at data, I would have to go back and look into the computer system. I know we've had, and as far as like the gun incident, I didn't say the gun was inside. The gun was found on a seat on a vehicle outside.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I understand. Okay, I understand now. Thank you.
I one last question for the chief.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I guess you said something. You mentioned something about a stabbing. I've been working at Fado at Lounge for about literally 4 years, over 4 years, and as the best of my knowledge, and this is the first time I'm hearing about it, there was never any reports of a stabbing. So where are you getting the stabbing information from?
I know at some point in time, like I said, without looking at my statistical sheet, I know I had a stabbing either inside or outside of that club. I would have to go back and I can look at my CAD system and pull it up, and I can share that with the commission.
You would have to share that evidence with everyone.
Yes.
All right, well, it's not in yet, so we'll take that we'll take the testimony on it so far. All right, so that's all the questions from Mr. Custodio or Mr. Santana?
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioners, thank you very much. Both commissioners, do you have any questions for
Yes.
Chief Hawkins?
Yes, John, do you have a question? You want to go first, or? Okay, Chief, did you have these types of incidents as far as you can remember when this was maybe Michael's Cafe or was another establishment at that location?
For Michael's, I do not remember anything to this magnitude, no.
Okay, and can you provide, or would you, through your the remonstrance. Would you consider supplying this document that shows the type of calls that were placed over the last 3 years? If you have a detailed report?
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Commissioner McKinney? You might be on mute, John.
Sorry about that. The unmute button wasn't working. Chief, thank you for your testimony. I just want to follow up on that last question by Commissioner Boletto. You said is there another bar or liquor establishment close by that has had problems?
Yes, on Main 860, also known as Club Bessos.
Okay. And how far away is that, would you say?
That's about maybe a mile away.
Okay.
It's at the intersection of Main and Connecticut Boulevard, where Farrell's is located at 212 Burnside Avenue.
Okay. And in your experience on the police force, is there anything unique about 212 Burnside that makes it unsuitable for a liquor license?
So my 30 plus years of experience, the challenging thing that I see with that establishment is it's smack dead in the middle of a residential neighborhood, which makes it tough for Farrell's. You have a nightclub, you have loud music, you have people that are drinking alcohol, and when the club lets out, people tend to get loud because they're under the influence, and the music gets loud. People start spinning their tires, and the majority of the complaints that I get are, I got to go to work in the morning, I got to listen to this all night. I actually had a meeting regarding juvenile justice probably about a year and a half ago. It was juvenile justice, but my community residents brought up 212 Farrell's restaurant at my meeting because it was such a problem.
Okay, and my last question, I'm not familiar with this neighborhood. Is there anything within a block or two of Farrell, any other establishment that has a liquor license, a restaurant, a lounge, a bar?
No, not to my knowledge, nothing like that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any follow-up?
If I may.
Sure.
All right, so I'm just so you guys know, before Faro Restaurant and Lounge, it was not Michael's. It was actually Bioling Jr., which was a Peruvian restaurant.
Oh. Yes, that is correct.
And I also have a question. In regards to everybody coming out the bar at 2:00 in the morning, drinking, spinning their tires, can the commissioner, not commissioner, I'm sorry, can the police chief actually say that that's basically out of our control because of the fact that once the patrons leave our establishment, we tell them, don't make no noise, get into your cars. And the police chief knows during the time of the complaints and everything, I've had 7-8 bouncers, which is known as security guards, outside posted, even in the parking lot across the street that my brother pays for parking. We've had bouncers, I sent bouncers out there to literally tell everybody, let's go, we gotta move, lower your music, lower this. But it's just, it's out of our control. Like, can you agree that, regardless of, I understand the complaints, and I totally understand, but after 2:00, when we kick everybody out, he knows that we do the best we can to get everybody out of there as soon as possible. And just people don't listen because of the fact that they're under the influence.
So I don't know if there's
That's the question, I guess.
But if you would like me to, I could say the answer, yes, you have hired the bouncers. Yes, you have tried. Yes, you have gone across the street with your bouncers to try. However, to no avail. It's not working for whatever reason, for a variety of reasons.
All right. Commissioners, follow up?
Not at this time.
No, thank you.
All right. And Agent Martin, do you have any further questions or documents for Chief Hawkins?
No, I guess just my follow-up to Mr. Santos' comment is that, you know, they may leave your establishment, they may hang out in the front, hang out on the road, but they entered your establishment and they left all liquored up. And them not leaving, I think, is still your problem. You help them put that liquor in their body. And if you aren't doing enough to get them out the road and let them know that it's not okay to be out there hanging around, being a nuisance to the neighborhood, then I think you're equally responsible.
But we do that. We go outside. I tell them, well, we got to go over the music. Let's go. And then according to the chief and some of his officers, they literally told us, you're only how do you say? You're only supposed to worry about your establishment. They would just been from the sidewalk. You're responsible from the sidewalk to those doors and inside, and the parking lot that my brother pays every month across the street, which is a Pizza Time parking lot. They told us that's our responsibility and basically kick everybody out the street. So what I'm trying to say is, if there's a car, let's say, for example, they came into our establishment, they could have been drinking before they arrived to us. You know, they came into our establishment, they were fine. I searched them, I dazed the whole night. They came to us, if they were parked 4 houses up and making noise, how am I supposed to leave my establishment to go 4 or 5 houses up to tell them, oh, lower the music down? When the cops themselves told us, you're responsible from the sidewalk to whatever happens to your establishment and across the street. So that's what I'm trying to say. How do we control who parks around the corner, the music, the trash? We have no control over that.
So
I can't send my guys over.
There's a question there, but when it's your turn to testify, I think that's better brought up then. Is there?
And I appreciate Mr. Santos' comments. I think ultimately it points to the fact that Faro being in a heavy residential area, you're right, there may be a lot of things out of your control, but that may also mean that Faro is in the very wrong place in town. That being in that residential area is not the right place for Faro.
Do you have another witness, Mr. Martin?
So would it be appropriate time to call the witnesses whose names I submitted?
And anyone you want, sure.
Sure. So without seeing who is actually on, just from the view that I have, if Adrienne Bellion is on, could I call her?
Yep.
Okay. Great.
Yeah, we'll do that. We have a couple of people that looks like they've called in. I don't know if you want to clarify who those people are so we know who's here and who's not. I think it would be useful before we call Ms. Bellew. All right, so. Yeah,
you tell me how you want to do it and I can read off the names.
Yeah, okay. All right, so I don't want to read off the phone number, but I will, I'm going to allow this person to talk.
Caller, could you identify yourself? You're on mute.
Is that Charlene Hawley or Willie Hawley?
They're not unmuting themselves. Okay, I'm asking them to unmute. Hold on for 1 moment. Then I can rename them on Zoom.
Okay, yeah. Looking at the number, I think it's either Willie Hawley or Charlene Hawley or Jada Rodriguez. You guys would have to unmute yourself.
Yeah.
I believe from a phone, is it *6?
It's the last 2 numbers of the phone number are 82. So anyone with it fits that criteria.
Yeah, that's Charlene Hawley or Willie Hawley.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Let me rename them. Okay.
Yep. They may not know how to.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Charlene. Okay, I'm going to remove their permission to talk just for now. All right. All right. So the next person allowed to talk.
Let me see. The 833-9399 number. Do you mind unmuting yourself and just stating who you are? Let's try someone else, I guess.
Yeah, we just have one more person that we have to clarify.
Okay.
Actually two more who just have given initials. All right. So this is the phone number ending in 96. You're gonna being allowed to talk.
Yeah, it went really well. We're going to.
I'm gonna ask them to unmute as well.
Whoever's 899-7096, do you mind unmuting yourself?
That's where the.
Hello.
Oh,
Oh,
Hi. You
Hello.
mind?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I'm Jada. I guess I'm speaking on behalf of the Hawley family.
Oh,
They're
Jada
having
Rodriguez.
difficulty unmuting. Yes.
Gotcha.
could you identify yourself and give your address for the record, please? This is Hearing Officer Cousins.
Yes, Jada, 233 Burnside Avenue, 235 Burnside Avenue.
That's East Hartford.
Yes, East Hartford, Connecticut.
and you're Jada Hawley?
Yes,
Hawley.
yes, correct.
Very good, thank you.
Okay.
Let me swear. Ms. Hawley, would you raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you're about to give concerning the case now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Martin?
I think Mr. Martin was going to start with Adrian Bellew. This was just a sort of a procedural thing to clear up who's here, so we can figure out, you know, in case someone's not here, he can move on to the next person. But Ms. Hawley, this is Attorney Scott Matty with the department. We thought that someone related to you named Charlene might have called in as well. Is that true? Do you know if Charlene has called in?
Yes, that is true.
Okay.
I can add her to my call if you want, so she can talk. I think she's having trouble unmuting on her end where she's at.
Okay, I guess we can cross that bridge when we reach it. I don't think we're quite ready for you yet. I'm gonna put you on mute, but thank you for identifying yourself. And there's just two more people that I'd like, there are a few more people that I'd like to identify.
I'll swear them in after that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, someone who is logged in just with the initial J. I'm gonna allow you to talk. Could you identify yourself, please?
With that person with the letter J, would you happen to be Jesus Rodriguez? The person labeled J, can you hear us? Are you able to unmute yourself and identify who you are?
Okay.
All right.
We could take a different approach. We could ask anyone who's listening who was planning to speak or would like to speak, if you could utilize the hand raising feature on Zoom.
Mr. Modeo, is there a way for you to physically unmute people?
Yeah, I'm asking them to unmute, but that's
Oh, gotcha.
and I promote them to panelists. Eventually, I could do that, but looks like we have a Jonathan who would like to be heard at one point. I have to say, I did not see Jonathan's name on the list of witnesses, Mr. Martin. I don't know if that's someone that you.
I am not aware of a Jonathan.
It could be.
I believe Jonathan is one of mine.
Okay, thank you, Gilly. And then I see that Eli Amaro is also one of yours.
Yeah. And then also Jency is there as well.
I see Jency as well, and I saw that Jency raised his hand before, and Jency, we will get to you in due course. Okay. we're not having much luck having people identify themselves. So at this point, Mr. Martin, how about this? How about we promote Adrian Bailey to panelist, and we can just kind of go from there.
Sure.
So let's start with that. All right, I'm promoting Ms. Bellew to panelist.
It's Adrian Bellew, right?
Yes, that's who I have.
Okay. Gotcha. I do see her. Hi, Adrian. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So you're calling this witness now, Mr. Martin?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bellew. My name is David Cousins. I'm a hearing officer for the State of Connecticut Department of Consumer Protection Liquor Commission. With me, as well as the other witnesses, are Commissioners Boletto and McKinney. What I'd like to do now is ask you to raise your right hand and take the oath if you're going to testify. Tell me when you're doing that.
Okay,
Oh,
my
I
hand
can
is
see you.
raised.
Great. So first, could you identify yourself and your address?
My name is Adrian Bellew. I live at 88 Latimer Street in East Hartford, Connecticut.
Okay. And Ms. Bellew, do you solemnly swear that the evidence you're about to give concerning the case now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you
I-
God, or upon the penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, you're a witness.
Great. Thank you. And Ms. Bellew, thank you for your time today. Can you just explain or just share with the commission and everyone on the call what your experience has been like with Faro Lounge?
Well, personally, myself, the only thing that I have experienced is like the traffic trying to get through that area. I'm really not out that late at night anymore. I used to be when I was working. The person that really experienced the most difficulty even coming home would have been my daughter, Alyssa, who's not here. But she has, heard about all of the disruption, like the fights and, seeing the barrage of police cars. I've seen videos of people who live in the area showing women who had left the club and they were actually going onto their property to urinate. And I was like, wow, this is really bad. And I've heard of the fights. Personally, myself, like I said, I'm not out that late, but I could understand the neighbors that live in that area having to deal with that stuff, working and, having loud music or fighting and fussing and cussing and things of that nature happening while you're trying to sleep. I can empathize with that. But personally, myself, I'm, down Latimer Street. I'm not as close to it as they are.
Are there any, like, how often would you or your daughter has cited to you that she has encountered these disruptions?
Usually it would be on the weekends for her. Like if she was coming by to see me, a lot of times she would tell me, "Ma, I'm just not coming because that traffic is just terrible. It's hard to get through there." And she wouldn't even come. She wouldn't come up the street.
Gotcha. So you're saying basically the traffic, when does that traffic occur?
I know it's later at night. For me, I try to be in before it gets dark because I don't like driving late at night. I don't like to be out, I don't like to come home in the dark. So again, personally, for me, the only thing that I witnessed when I was working was just trying to get through the traffic, trying to see, because the way Latimer Street intersects into Burnside. And when there's traffic on both sides of the street and you need to get out, it's very hard to see. And I do remember there was one particular night that I had to work and it had snowed. It was like ice on the street. And I almost got into an accident because you can't see. And then there was so much traffic. And I almost got into an accident.
Understood. You had cited having to see an increased police presence. How often do you see a police presence at Faro Lounge?
Well, like I said, me personally, I can't really attest to that because I'm not out that late. But my daughter is, the one who had seen a lot of things because she's young and she's usually out, but not me personally myself.
Understood. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Bellew.
Mhm.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Bellew, if you could hang on for a few. Mr. Santana or Mr. Custodio, any questions for this witness?
No, I don't have any.
I got a question for Ms. Bellew. Ms. Bellew, how you doing? My name is Gilbert Santana. I'm the head security and also manager to Fido Restaurant and Lounge on Burnside.
Uh-huh.
So I have a question. In the time that you mentioned that your daughter was coming through with the police presence, you would say that would be later on at night towards like dismissal time of the establishment?
I
Or
would
sooner
say
than that?
11:30, somewhere around that time because her
Like
job
11:30, 12?
around that time or usually she would come home depending upon her schedule, around 11:30. Sometimes she wouldn't get off until like 4 something in the morning and she would be like on her way coming back home. But I'm thinking it was more close to the 11:30 mark around that area, that time.
All right, and I could actually just say too, or literally around that time, I understand with the whole traffic, around that time, that's when people start coming in to the bar. So they
Okay.
all start, park and, you turn, oh, you can't park there, park across the street,
Mhm.
etc. Now, also with the police presence, that I believe your daughter said that she's seen, could it be police present as just like police just being parked, doing bar details, or like she's seen it as in like there was an incident?
I would have to question her, but she would say, like, I think something happened, because I saw a lot of police cars. So I can't speak, like I said, because it's not me personally, but to my remembrance, it's because she felt like something had happened.
Okay, no, because I could actually say, I could also, just to let you know, and also, if you want to let your daughter know, and I could, for everybody in here in the video, know
Mhm.
that at Faro, whether it's, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or even Sunday, across the street, from Faro is like the town street where they
Okay.
usually go out. So
Mhm.
I know for a fact that on the weekends, there are 2, 3 patrol officers parked there. And then they'll
Okay.
stay there half hour to an hour, then they'll leave, they'll come back, then they'll leave, they'll come back. So
Mhm.
if your daughter probably said, oh, I think something's wrong, it's probably because she's seen that there were police officers parked, but initially not because there was an issue at the bar.
It could have been.
Yeah. Okay. I'm all set. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, you're
And
welcome.
as part of management, I apologize if you or your daughter had, it was very uncomfortable for you guys. So I apologize on that aspect.
Thank you.
Hopefully we could try to come up with something better and hopefully
Mhm.
work it out with everybody.
Okay, apology accepted.
Thank
you. Commissioners,
Yes,
any
ma'am.
question for the,
Hi, Commissioner Beletto, ma'am. How far away are you from the restaurant?
I'm almost down to the cul-de-sac. I'm like probably about maybe 4, maybe 5 houses from the end of the street. It cul-de-sacs at the end. So I'm like a little bit beyond the middle of the street of Latimer.
So block and a half, block and a half.
Yeah, I would say that, maybe a block and a half.
And when you say traffic, could you describe what you mean by traffic?
Well, when you come down Latimer Street to exit onto Burnside Street to take a left or a right, if there's a lot of traffic or cars parked on either side of the street has heavy traffic anyway. But if you have people who are parked on both sides of the street and you're trying to get out into the street, you can't see.
Okay, so we're not saying double park, stopped, blocked, this traffic like chaos, or are we just talking about regular traffic?
We're just talking about regular traffic with cars on either side of the street, so that when you're trying to drive out, you have to look both ways to make sure that you can go. If you can't see, you're kind of trying to take a chance on, hey, let me get out. Sometimes people are parked there and they may have their lights on. So even, well, if you see lights that you shouldn't go. But sometimes if there's somebody parked there and they have their lights still on, you don't know if it's a car that's coming because you can't see, and you try to take that chance to go out. And that's how I almost got hit the time when the weather was bad, because I couldn't see and I was waiting and waiting. And then I was like, I got to go because I had to get to work. And then when I started advancing, a car was coming, but because it was icy, it was very hard to stop. And like I said, I almost had an accident.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry. Thank you for the clarification.
Further questions, or Commissioner McKinney?
No, thank you.
You're all done, Commissioner Boletto?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you.
No problem. Any further questions of this witness, Mr. Martin?
No, thank you.
Ms. Bellew, thank you very much for taking the time and helping us with this decision.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, Mr. Martin, you want to bring your next witness on?
Sure. Mr. Modeo, do you see a Roberto Rivera present at today's meeting?
I have to say I don't.
Sure.
I have Miss Hawley. I have Charlene Hawley. I don't know who the 9399. I don't know who the 9399 telephone number is, and then I have someone. I have a Lawrence. Frankly, I don't see any other name on your list that you provided before.
Okay. All right. So the only other person you have on my list is the Hawleys.
That's it. I don't have anyone else that doesn't
Okay.
seem like anyone else would fit into that.
Yeah, we're not sure who Jay is or the 9399 number.
Yeah, and then there's a Mike W. I don't see any Mikes on your list. There's a RSSC. Maybe that's Mr. Rivera. I can ask that person to identify themselves.
Yeah, let's ask them to state their name, see who they are. So let's see. The person labeled RSS.C. Can you please unmute yourself and just state who you are? Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. I can promote them to panelists and see if that'll help.
Yeah, I mean, if sure.
All right.
Yeah.
I've asked this individual, I'm promoting them. I don't know if you have to accept. I think you have to accept.
Yeah, you do.
Being a panelist, so it's possible that they, stepped away from the computer, but they're not accepting.
Yeah. Do you want to move to the Hawleys next, or?
Sure. Yep.
Ms. Hawley, do you want to unmute your phone now? There you are.
Hello.
Hi, thank you very much for waiting. I did swear you in. Mr. Martin, you're a witness.
Sure. Hey, Jada, Harley,
Hello.
so can you also share with the commission just what your experience has been like with Faro Lounge?
My experience with the lounge It's very hectic, I would say, especially at night between the hours of, I want to say 10 to about 2 in the morning, 10 to about 2:30 in the morning. It's loud music constantly. Like, I like the idea of the lounge. I think it's a good idea for a fellow to have a lounge, just not in this area. The location is terrible. If it was somewhere else, that would be perfect for him, but the location is bad. The traffic is terrible. When people are coming out of the club, they're loud, they're playing music, they're throwing or dropping their beer bottles, beer cans, alcohol bottles all over the ground. There's a lot of trash constantly. Their parking is terrible. They park on the sides of the houses, and then we see them walking through people's houses, like their yards. They walk through our yard, between cars. It's just very unsafe. And then they're loud next to the windows when we're trying to sleep. They're playing music. They're rubbing the engines. They're laughing. It's just so much going on. And then, like someone stated, they are peeing on the side of people's houses, in the bushes, in the middle of the night. It's just, you just don't know who's there, you know, especially when you're trying to sleep. You'll hear the police, you'll hear the police sirens. You're just constantly hearing noises going on. But you do see the police is strolling back and forth, trying to keep it contained. But sometimes it's so out of control that they're unable to manage that and to manage, I believe, the other club that's a few miles away on Main Street. It's hard for police to be in multiple areas at one time and contain everything. So it's just really bad location for the club itself.
Great. Thank you, Jada.
You're welcome.
So the kind of same questions I had asked Adrian about how often are you seeing police trying to respond to the service disruption that's happening?
Frequently. Every night you'll see them driving by trying to contain it. I think I do, like someone said, I do believe they park on that road. They constantly stay over there, but it's just not enough of them to contain what's going on. They'll be fighting, and it's hard for all of the cops to be able to stop the fight, control the traffic, especially when it's snowing or raining. They sometimes, it's so jam-packed sometimes, especially like holiday times, that no one can get through. It's a hazard that not even the ambulance can get through if they're out there in the middle of the street.
Gotcha. So with that, could you also share with us what it seems like you're referring to some of the traffic of whether people are showing up or during the let out. You share with the commission what the nature of that traffic is that you're witnessing?
So the traffic is on both sides of the street. It's parked in front of my house, it's parked in front of the house across the street, and then a lot of cars will stop, especially if they're trying to get by, to find a parking spot. And then you have the normal traffic of being on Burnside. Burnside is I would consider like a main street. It's very busy. So to have both sides parking and then have people stopped, double parked, trying to get into a parking spot, or just double parked waiting for a spot to open up, and then you have the normal traffic, it's unsafe for everyone.
Understood. Jada, could you share also how the disruption at Faro Lounge affects your daily quality of life?
So the music is starting, people starting to park, everything starts about 9 o'clock, I would say. So when I'm coming home from work, or I'm just trying to go out and come back, it was hard to find parking spots at my own house, because they would park all the way around. The only parking spot we would have available would be our driveway, until the town started to put up the signs. Now, sometimes they'll abide by the signs, sometimes they don't. So it was the parking. They'll park and block up all the spots. Then it's random people walking around that's not from the neighborhood. So you feel unsafe getting out of your car because you don't know who these people are. They're just walking up and down, and they're drunk. And they're in front of your windows, walking past, trying to get to the club. Some of them just come out the club and they just stagger around, and they'll be there for a while. And sometimes they'll just walk off and be loud and kind of argue with themselves because they're drunk and other people that walk past them. It's really unsafe.
Gotcha. Jada, have you at all brought the issues that you're seeing at Faro's up to the attention of the police or the mayor's office or the town at all?
Yes, my family has called the police, I believe, multiple times, and then they'd bring it up to the mayor's office. That's how we're here now, I believe. Well, that's how I'm a part of this call.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
All right, that's all the questions I have for you, Jada. Thank you.
I have a question. For my folks, did you want me to call them in so they can speak on their behalf, or did you?
Let's do this one at a time, and then Jada, so I'd like you to answer some questions perhaps from the licensees or the commissioners first, and then if we could get the rest of your family in one at a time, that'd be great. Is that okay?
Okay, no problem. Yeah.
Super. So Mr. Custodio or Mr. Santana, any questions for this witness?
I don't know if my brother have any questions, but I probably have like one or two.
No, go ahead.
All right. So, hey Jada, my name is Gilbert Santana. I'm I don't know if I ever seen you around like the neighborhood, but I'm the head security and also the manager for the establishment.
Hello.
I have a question. So, you're saying when they like the loud music and stuff. So you're saying that's when they arrive. Is that correct? Like when they arrive for like parking?
No, it's I would say it's more so when they arrive, during, and after.
Okay, so yeah, so
Throughout the
basically
whole time.
like when they arrive to the bar. Now I don't know if you know, but across the street from the establishment, where the bus stop is. So we according to the town and the police department, everybody is not supposed to park on that side of the road. So we've been really strict about that. That's why we pay for the parking at pizza time. So I just to, just give you the heads up. So we actually, have everybody park on that parking lot over there. Now with the whole arriving and leaving the establishment with the loud music, we try to tell everybody. Well, not try it, but we do tell everybody, hey, when you leave, put the music on, just get in your car and leave, get in your car and leave. But as like I stated earlier, they always told us, like, the police department, the town, everybody always told us, you're responsible for whatever happens on your property, whatever happens, 4 or 5 houses up. They even told us we have no control over that. Like, if that's something that you would agree that we have no control over, because I mean, we do our best and tell people like, hey, listen, no music. Now with the whole trash, I mean, it could be when they arrive, because when we close, we don't allow nobody to leave with any cups or any bottles, nothing at all.
Actually, Mr. Santana, if you had a question in there, so let's let her answer the question.
Sure.
And if you could repeat it, that'd be great.
The question was regarding to the music and arriving and leaving.
So the
You were
music, I
asking what
think
time?
it's throughout the whole time.
Okay.
Throughout the
What was that
whole,
again, ma'am?
from 9 to 2 in the morning, the music is playing loud. Whether it's from the club or whether it's from them coming, parking, staying, or just partying in their cars with the music loud. It's normally from 9 till about 2 in the morning.
Was there another question in there, Mr. Santana? Otherwise, all your points would be best made when you were testifying later on.
Okay, no, I'm all set.
Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Hawley before we move to the?
I do. Yes, I do. Hi, ma'am. Thank you, Commissioner Boletto. Couple questions. Is there a parking lot to this establishment?
Is there a parking lot?
Yeah, do they have a parking lot?
Yeah, they have a few spots in front of their club, but it's morely blocked off because they have like security there, and then they have, I think, a metal detector on certain days. Like they just have random stuff there. So not a lot of people nobody can really park in about those 10 slots in front of the building.
There's about 10. All right. And to describe the traffic for me, please, when you, and let me just finish. When you say traffic, you're saying there are cars double parked looking for spaces. So what I'm seeing is cars all over the place trying to get spaces. Is that what you were describing?
Yeah, so they're double parked. They're on both sides of the streets. Some of them so they're on both sides of the street, and then there's cars parked next to the cars that's already parked, trying to find more spots. And then you have the flow of the normal traffic. It was so bad to a point where we had to call the town multiple times to get signs. Like a lot of people that lived on this street had to call the town to get signs to have people not park there because of that. And then the people from the club would come and like remove the sign and park. Like that was a trend that was going on. They would move the signs and still park there so they wouldn't get told.
So the signs did not work, correct?
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure. And you and I understand double parking is the same. So it's one car on the street and the car next to it blocking the road, trying to wait for parking. So that is what the
Right. So it's one car on the right side that's parked, and it's a car waiting on that next to that car, and then across the street there's a car parked.
Okay. And would you say this is often?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Commissioner McKinney?
No questions for me. Thank you.
Okay, any follow-up questions from Mr. Martin, Mr. Santana, Mr. Custodio?
Yeah, I just want to say one thing. The parking that is let Jada know, the parking that's in front of the building.
You can testify to that. That's not a question. So when it's your turn to go, that's when you can do that. All right, that's what you could say when you testify.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So given that, I think that's all you have for Jada Hawley, Mr. Martin?
Yeah, no further questions.
So Ms. Hawley, before you put your next family member on, thank you very much for taking the time and interest to help us with this decision. And we appreciate your time and your participation.
You're welcome.
So if you want to put on the next person for Mr. Martin.
Okay. You want me to put my person on, or?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jada, can you either put on Willie or Charlene?
Okay, I'll get them now. So.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Charlene's on now.
Charlene, can you hear us?
Yes.
So this is Charlene Hawley.
Yes.
Ms. Hawley, could you identify yourself and where you live?
Burnside, and name is Hawley.
Okay, Burnside in Maine. And Charlene Hawley. Okay. I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand, and I'm going to ask you to swear an oath. Is that all right?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Hawley, do you solemnly swear that the evidence you are about to give concerning the case now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, you're a witness.
Mr. Martin, if you can just indulge me for a second. Ms. Hawley, it sounds like there's a lot of echo. Is it possible that your phone is on as well as Jada Hawley's phone is on, which is causing the echo?
Yes.
Okay. Could you pick one of the phones to use or turn off your phone that you called in on?
Okay. How's that?
Perfect. Try again. Ms. Hawley?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep,
Yes,
Better. Thank you.
much better.
Mr. Martin.
Yep, thank you. Ms. Hawley, just a few questions for you as well. Can you also please describe your general experience with Faro Lounge?
My experience has been yeah, put that one away. The loud noises and the trash and the rowdiness and people coming out the club and screaming and playing the music, and they don't consider the people that sleep all night. And this just obnoxious, and it's caused me to get sick, the stress and everything. And we try and keep it safe, and the cars pulling it all up in the roads and stuff. You can't be safe because everybody's coming from everywhere, and new motorcycle clubs and people just pulling out, coming from everywhere.
Gotcha. Thank you, Charlene. So you just mentioned that you got sick or you are sick or something like that. Can you talk to the commission about how the disruption of Faro Lounge has been affecting your quality of life?
You can't sleep, you can't think, you can't have guests where you live at because you can't park nowhere because they come and park all night and blast their music. It's obnoxious. It's not a neighborhood anymore. And they say they're taking care of the neighborhood. They make their money and then they leave. We gotta live here with the trash and stuff.
Understood. Thank you, Charlene. Could you just talk about how often you see a police presence at Faro Lounge?
Excuse me?
Can you talk about how often you see a police presence at Faro Lounge?
Almost every weekend there's something going on, or you see them trying to break up fights and the guys getting their legs broke in the street from fights and stuff like that, and people running this like shooting or whatever in the clubs.
Gotcha.
It's very often.
Okay, thank you, Charlene. My last question is, how often have you brought this up to either the PD or the town?
We have to call almost every weekend. The loud music is from the club too. Like when they know you trying to sleep and stuff, they play the music louder.
Gotcha, understood. Thank you, Charlene. I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Ms. Hawley, I'm gonna let some other people ask you some questions. So Mr. Santana or Mr. Custodio, do you have any specific questions for this witness based on her testimony?
No, I don't.
Mr. Custodio?
No, I only have one question. Hi, my name is Rafael Custodio. I'm the owner of Faro Restaurant Lounge. You say, I understand sometimes you see any garbage in the street, but like the Gilbert said before, we're not allowed to people doing anything. You never see me around 2 o'clock cleaning all the street, walking around, even pick up the garbage for somebody else. They know I don't mind, just to keep it clean.
One time I saw it.
Okay.
You and your family, one time I saw it.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Custodio. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Hawley?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Hawley, we want to thank you very much for taking the time and effort to testify today and help us make this decision. We understand there's one more person on the line who'd like to testify as well.
Okay.
Could you put them on for Mr. Martin?
Oh,
Hello.
it's Willie Hawley.
Hi, Mr. Hawley. Could you get closer to the microphone, please?
This is Willie Hawley.
Not in.
You're a little soft, Mr. Hawley. I heard Willie Hawley, but it's pretty soft.
You gotta use your phone. You gotta use this phone.
Yeah,
Dude,
you guys could use the phone you were already using. Be helpful.
Hello?
okay.
Okay, hello?
Perfect. Okay. Could you identify yourself for the commission? This is a remonstrance hearing, Mr. Hawley, and we'd like you to identify yourself and where you live.
Well, yes, can you hear me first of all?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
I don't hear. I'd like to tell me you put the mic down.
There it is.
Yes, hello?
Hi, we can hear you. If you'd like to identify yourself and where you live, that'd be great.
There it is.
Yeah, okay, you can hear me now, right?
Yes, we can, Mr. Hawley.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes,
No
my
problem.
name is Willie Hawley, and I live on Burnside Avenue.
What
And
number,
I'm
Burnside
calling
Avenue, sir?
235.
235. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
And
I've been
Mr.
here.
Hawley,
I've been living in
but
I've been
before you
living in
testify,
Burnside Avenue
Willie, one
for
sec.
over
One sec.
20 years.
okay, I'm going to ask you to
And
swear, Mr. Hawley, before
I'm
you
sorry,
testify. Before you testify, I'd like to have you swear an oath, like the other members of your family
Okay.
did. So, Mr. Hawley, could you raise your right hand for me?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Mr. Hawley, do you solemnly swear that the evidence you are about to give concerning the case now in question shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God, upon the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, you're a witness.
Thank you. Willie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Hawley, can you describe for the commission and everybody on the call what your general experience has been with Faro Lounge?
Okay. What I experienced from Faro Lounge is that before Faro was here, I've been here on the street for over 20 years. I've seen the other clubs there, from the Peruvian Club to Michael's. There was never this much chaos. There was never no chaos. They block your street. You ask the people to turn the music down. They blast the music intentionally in front of our homes. They throw debris in front of the people's homes. They dance in the street. They fight. You know, I mean, and then the cops try to de-escalate the situation, but they can't. You know, they're overpowered. These people, it's just too many people out there. And not only, but Faro does have to realize too, y'all go home. We live here. And what you clean up in front of your property. But you know, other people got debris, the street looks like you live in the project out here. People have moved I lived in the project back in the days. And I feel like I live in the projects now. And it's just craziness. I feel that, you know, something needs to be done about it. This can't keep going on. You can't sleep. The music's constantly blasting. People constantly in front of your home, screaming, dancing, blasting music, throwing bottles on your property, breaking bottles on your property. I even found a condom on my property. It's craziness.
Gotcha. Thank you, Willie, for that. You had mentioned you've lived on Burnside for about 20 years now, and you cited a few
Yeah,
of the
over 20. Yeah, a little bit over 20.
Sorry about that, over 20 years. You cited a few of the establishments who were there before. Can you tell us when you started to notice these disruptions within that over 20 years of living on Burnside Ave?
When this club opened up, when Fellows opened up, the neighborhood totally changed. They totally changed. You know, they park in front of your home. They don't have no respect for homeowners and people that live on the street. You know, you can't even get out. Like the lady said, you can't get out your driveways because they got both sides blocked. They park their car, and sometimes for another car to get in, to get a space, the other car holds up the whole traffic. It's always a fight. It's always something going there. You can't sleep at night. And it's nothing. It's the same old thing. No changes, and it continues. You find bottles of Hennessy in front of your property, nips, cans, everything. And bottles broken in the street. All the neighbors I know was here were complaining about bottles.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Hawley. You had mentioned that you've seen the police out there. They do what they can. They try to move it along. They're a little outnumbered.
The police really try. They really do, but they're overwhelmed. It's nothing can be done. Fellows can't even control it.
Yep. No, I just wanted to ask, second part of my question is, have you witnessed Faro Lounge security detail staff management? Have you noticed them doing anything to mitigate some of the disruption as well?
I saw them. I have saw them one time go out there, and they tried to stop it, but it couldn't control it. It was just out of control, and the cops had to step in, and they're still overpowered. The whole street. It was like a West Indian parade. It was like the parade. You know, the whole street. When you go in the city of Hartford, everybody just walking chaotic down the street and fights and whatnot. They were just fighting down the street, all in the middle of the street. It was probably about 20 people or more fighting. And that's a regular now. It's like living, like I said, it's like living in the hood or the projects.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Hawley. My last question is, how many times have you personally brought this up to the attention to the PD?
Numerous times. And this has also cost my sister to get a health ailment from stress, the chaos. They stand in front of your window. You don't know if they're going to shoot through your window. You don't know what, they make loud noises. You can't sleep. And like I said, my sister was very sick over this stuff. I could have lost her over this because it stressed her out. And she ended up in the hospital for about a month or two.
Understood. Thank you again, Mr. Hawley. I have no further questions.
So thank you. I hope somebody do something.
Thank Mr. Hawley. If you could stay on the line, we have some other people who need to ask you some questions. Mr. Santana or Mr. Custodio, who are associated with Faro, do you have any specific questions for Mr. Hawley's specific testimony?
No.
Mr. Custodio?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner Boletto or Commissioner McKinney?
Yeah, Mr. Hawley, Commissioner Boletto, just I forgot to ask, I believe your wife, where are you in relationship to the club? Where is your home?
My home is right on Burnside, right around across from the club.
Okay, so you're right across the street from the club.
Right.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
John, you're on mute.
Yep. Hello, Mr. Hawley. My name is John McKinney. I'm one of the liquor commissioners. Thank you for testifying today. I specifically want to just ask you because I was struck by your comment when you said that the neighborhood totally changed when this club moved in there. In your opinion, having lived in that neighborhood for over 20 years, do you think this neighborhood could accommodate an establishment with a liquor license that could avoid these problems? In other words,
no.
Yeah. Okay.
No,
and why is that?
Because that's what the problem is. The alcohol leading to these problems, the bottles, the drinking, the fights escalating, the blasting of the music. The cops will be right there, and they still turn the music up, blast it. All the cops could do is try to direct the traffic and get them out. They still continue to do what they want to do. Nobody could do nothing. The cops couldn't do nothing. The security couldn't do nothing. And they escalate. We have to live here. These are our homes. We live here. Fella go home, everybody goes home, even though, I mean, if you lived here, you wouldn't even want to live here. It's terrible.
And do you know, sir, did the Peruvian restaurant that was immediately before Faro, did they serve alcohol?
Did they serve it? I don't know. I thought that they did have, I thought that they might have had, you could have like, have alcohol probably with your lunch, but they used to say it was more of a restaurant, but I think you used to could have a drink with it. I only been in there one time, but it was no problem. It was very nice. People were nice, the restaurant was no problem. Michael's wasn't either. They controlled their crowd. They didn't have all these, they didn't take up all the, they were concerned about the community. They didn't take up all the spaces and park in front of your home and throw bottle and debris. I understand fella keeps and cleans up in front of his property. And I understand that fella says that he can't control what happens to other people's property, but the problem is his establishment.
Okay. And
That's the problem, because these people are drinking and coming out here, throwing bottles, loitering in front of people's homes.
And was Michael's
a little bit of everything.
Right. And was Michael's, did they serve food? Were they a restaurant too, or were they simply just a bar, if you remember?
I can't remember Michael's property. I don't remember if they did or not. I can't remember. I don't know. But I know that I think Michael could have been a bar back in the days. I think it was a bar back in the days, but Michael parked their cars, their clientele parked in the back of the establishment. Michael's never had all two streets, all Burnside streets and all the side streets in front of people's homes. And a pizza spot and stuff like that. Michael didn't do that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Any follow-up
You're
questions? Any follow-up questions, Mr. Martin, Mr. Santana?
Nope.
So, Mr. Hawley, I want to thank you very much for taking the time to testify and tell us about your situation and help us with this decision.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Like I said, maybe somewhere in another area the fellas can find, but not in this area, because this is a residential neighborhood, and these people don't have no respect for people that live in this neighborhood. Kids got to go. It's just a mess. So something needs to be done.
Thank you very much. So it's been about 2 hours. Do we need to take a 5-minute break?
Sure, if you don't mind, that'd be great.
Scott, so we're going to leave the recording on, so people should be aware that it's being recorded, and we'll come back at 3:05. Is that okay with everyone?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, officer.
Give everyone another minute or two. Hey, Scott, are you back?
I am. Sorry about that.
No problem. Everyone's coming back. Mr. Custodio, are you back? Perfect.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so I'd like to reopen the record. Mr. Martin, do you have any further witnesses?
I do not.
So do we want to ask anyone on the phone to raise their hand, or you think we've run through everyone?
We can try again to see if the remaining people are witnesses that were submitted by us. We could try again. I'm not sure. I don't think we're gonna have any luck. We can try, but I don't know.
What I can do is I can, let me see. I realized that I can't promote some people to panelists. That's why the Haldies couldn't be panelists, because they called them by phone. I think we might have the same issue with some of these other folks. There are two other, well, there's the RSSC, which again, we tried, I think, to get that person to talk and we didn't hear anything. There's two other people that are in, that are attending. I don't know if they're intending to speak at all. One is a Lawrence Burnstead and the other is a Mike W. I think I had asked if anyone else wanted to speak and their hands weren't raised, but.
Yeah, Mr. Medeo, if Mr. Lawrence Burnstead is on, I would like to call him as a witness.
Okay.
And for the others, I'm not sure if there may be the FARO witnesses. I'm not sure.
No, I didn't see there a Mike W on your list or their list. So I'm not sure exactly, but I will promote Mr. Burnstead to panelist here.
Mr. Burnstead, could you come off mute? There you are.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Burnstead. Could you, are you a proposed witness for the remonstrance?
Yes.
Could you identify yourself, give us your address and your position?
Lawrence Burnstead, Director of Health and Social Services for the town of East Hartford, 740 Main Street, East Hartford, Connecticut, 06118.
Mr. Burnstead, could you raise your right hand, please? I'm going to give you an oath. Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you are about to give concerning the case now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon the penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, your witness.
Sure. Mr. Medeo, would it be appropriate at this time to bring back up our exhibit so I can refer my
Sure.
to the
Give
exhibit?
me a moment. Bear with me just for a minute. Let me just rename it so it's not confusing. Hearing Officer Cousins, I believe it was Remonstrance Exhibit 1, correct?
A is an apple.
Remonstrance Exhibit A coming up. Okay. Sorry, folks. Here we go.
Great. Could you scroll down to the second page, please? Beginning of the second page. Right there. That's perfect. Good. Okay. All right. Mr. Burns said, thank you for taking the time. I want to reference my question to the first paragraph on the second page that reads, on June 15th, 2022, the East Hartford Health Department served a written notice to Faro Restaurants, at which point the establishment was ordered to close until the hearing I'm sorry. Okay, so this second paragraph, Mr. Burnside, can you talk to us about this hearing that you had, the health department had with Faro Lounge, what it was related to, why it was necessary, why it came about? Can you give us some information on that?
Sure. So the East Hartford Department of Health and Social Services had to conduct an administrative hearing. The reason for this is because of observations that were made on June 10th, as was stated in the summary here that Chief Mac Hawkins provided in his notes. What happened was during an investigation that included multiple organizations, including agents from liquor control, our police department. We also had one of our environmental specialists, Anton Trojanowski, that was representing the health department. That was part of that investigation on the evening of June 10th of 2022. They entered Faro Restaurant at that time. And the reason why we were a part of that investigation was that we had received multiple complaints of Faro Lounge providing hookah smoking devices, which is prohibited in any indoor public area of a food service establishment. And so we were a party to that investigation on that night because we wanted to confirm that they were operating as a hookah lounge, which would not be permitted under their food service license that is issued by the town of East Hartford. What happened was our environmental specialists, when they went into the establishment, they did observe that there were hookah smoking devices on multiple tables. And so we noted that as a specific violation. We served a notice to Faro Lounge, the owners that were listed for the individual. We served a notice to them. Sorry, let me go ahead and make a note and pull that up. So on June 15th, we served June 15th, 2022, we served an order to Mr. Rafael Custodio, a written notice of immediate suspension of their food service license and a hearing concerning permanent revocation of food service license. And the reason was for that specific hearing that we called for and the immediate suspension at that time was because of the observation of the permitting of smoking within the establishment, which is a violation of Connecticut Public Health Code section 1913B42, subsection P2, which states that smoking is prohibited in all indoor public areas of a food service establishment, and signs shall be posted at each entrance stating that smoking is prohibited by state law. We conducted a hearing And that hearing was conducted on June 21st. During that hearing, Mr. Custodio was present, as well as I believe his spouse was present for Faro establishment. During that hearing, they acknowledged that there were hookahs in use of the property and acknowledged that that was not allowed under state law, and that was something that had to be corrected in order to consider allowing them to have their food service license reestablished. Of note, and just to take a step back, when we served the notice on June 15th, in the notice it specifically stated that it was an immediate suspension of the license and a closure of the establishment. While we were preparing for the hearing, we had heard that from our police department, while they were making rounds or on shift, they had driven by, at least on one occasion, which I believe is noted in the notes that Chief Matt Hawkins noted on June 18th, which was in between the time that we served the closure notice with the suspended license, and then up until the hearing, which occurred on June 21st, they continued to operate the establishment, even though their license had been suspended at that time. We brought that note up as well during the hearing to advise that if this were an incident that had to happen again, they needed to follow the order for closure. If we had to go through the steps once again for any kind of continued observance of any immediate violations, such as use of hookah smoking devices or other imminent public health threat violations that would have caused for a revocation of license. The outcome of the hearing at that time was that since this was the first confirmed occurrence of their being in violation of indoor smoking, we did go ahead and allow them to reopen their establishment once they made corrective actions, which were confirmed by our environmental service establishment, which is that we had to observe that there were no more hookah devices on the property, that they had appropriate signs that were posted, and that we conducted a summarily inspection of their food service operations as well at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Do you know when their food establishment license was reinstated after that follow-up inspection?
Trying to find the date real quick, and I apologize for not having that in front of me. I have the hearing response, and I have the order. I'm trying to remember exactly which date it was that we opened. I'll have to pull up the date. I apologize not having that right in front of me. We conducted the hearing. We provided a response on June 21st, and then Mr. Custodio at that time wanted several days before he scheduled the inspection to occur. So the inspection occurred about approximately within a week after that. So it would have been near the end of June. I'll pull up the specific date that we lifted the suspension and reinstated the license, but it was during the latter part or the very end of June, once all corrective actions were observed and confirmed by our environmental specialist.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burnside. After that corrective action was taken and the food establishment license was reinstated, to date, have there been any other health-related cause to Faro Lounge?
So specific to the use of hookah devices, we have had a few additional complaints that we have not been able to confirm. We have an anonymous complaint that they were reusing smoking devices within the establishment. That caused us to go out during July 2022 with the police department to just observe. At that time, we did not see any smoking in the property. So during that one follow-up complaint, we did not. And then with information that was shared with our police department with the fight that occurred during the evening of Saturday, October 29th or Sunday, October 30th, information was provided to us by our East Hartford Police Department that when they responded to the fight that was occurring among individuals that were at the time would have been in the club and then were exiting the club or were outside, during the fight that they had to respond to, the police officer noted that they had spoken with individuals and noted that hookahs were in use at the time during that night, which again would have been in violation of the indoor smoking prohibition of their food service license.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Burnstead. I have no further questions.
Mr. Burnstead, I'm going to let the licensees of of Faro ask you a few questions if they have any. Mr. Custodio or Mr. Santana? Any questions for Mr. Burnstead?
I don't personally. I don't know if my brother does.
No, I don't.
Okay. Commissioners, do we have any questions for Mr. Burnstead?
Yeah, I do. It's Commissioner Boletto. So if you don't mind, if you could just explain to me, you took away the license, or you gave a notice that their license was suspended, and you still found out they were still in operation during that suspension?
Right, correct. As we were preparing for the hearing, we were following up with our police department counterparts at that time so we could prepare for who we needed to call as witness to the officers that were on scene. And during the communications, they noted that they asked us specifically, were they allowed to operate while this closure notice was in place? And we advised, no, not at this time. Because their license was immediately suspended, they were not allowed to operate until the hearing occurred, and then we would have our decision at the hearing based on the evidence that was provided and the decision at that point if we were going to permanently suspend the license or allow them to reoperate. When we advised them of that, they said that an officer during their patrol noted that when they drove by during that weekend after the closure notice was had already been served, that they were at least on one evening still in operation.
And you still didn't see that as a concern, not the issue of the permit?
It was a concern, and that was brought up during the hearing. Mr. Castillo said that they did not recognize or understand that the letter noted that there was an immediate suspension of closure. If we had heard about it immediately, we would have notified them and said that they were not to operate and they should have shut down at that time. So they acknowledged that they were not following the specific closure notice, but did not understand or did not read it as not allowance of ordering. And I told them, well, it did say that it was a closure notice pending the hearing, and that if we were to call them again for a hearing and instead of closure notice, that specifically means that they are not to operate in any kind of food service operations at that time. So it was not something that we caught at the time that they were still in operation. So we brought it up during the hearing since it was so close to the hearing date. And the other reason for our decision to reinstate their food service license is, one, this was our first offense for recognizing and documenting the use of smoking devices inside the establishment. They acknowledged it, said that they recognized that that was not in accordance with the law and that they were not going to allow it again. And so in our reinstatement, we advised them that they are to adhere to the requirements of indoor smoking statute, and that if we identified or confirmed that they were doing it again, we would immediately we would move toward suspension of their license and move back to another hearing if we needed to at that time, at that point.
Were the hookahs, as you exhibited, provided by them, or were the individuals bringing their own hookahs into the operation?
My understanding is that we've had a couple of locations that were under investigation, and if I recall correctly, they were either leased or rented from a provider, and they expressed concerns that the provider was also marketing to other establishments, and we advised that that was not allowed. Even if the individual was saying that that was something they were permitted to, leasing them the operation of those devices within their establishment with their food service license was not permitted at all.
Okay, so you're saying they were the owners of the club or managers of the club admitted that they were renting or leasing the hookah equipment?
Yes.
In violation of the law. Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner McKinney?
No questions for me.
Any follow-up questions for Mr. Santana or Mr. Custodio?
I have a question for Lawrence, the health department. Okay, so I understand with the whole hookahs and no smoking in an establishment, but now does that go for every single establishment in the state of Connecticut that is a restaurant, nightclub, etc., or does that only go for bar or lounge?
That is for any food service licensed establishment. Now, an individual or an establishment, some jurisdictions or municipalities may zone and allow for a business to operate as a hookah lounge, but they are not to operate under a food service license. So if there is food service operations that are occurring that a local jurisdiction is actually licensing them for food service, then that is not prohibited, or that is prohibited under Connecticut statute. And that's the clarification that is occurring, that there may be other establishments in the state that is operating as a hookah lounge, but they are not to be, or they are also not also licensed as a food service establishment. They may, there is one exception here, and I'll note this because if I recall, that question may have come up with Mr. Custodio during the hearing. They may have referenced the location in other parts of the state that was also operating as a hookah lounge and serving food. A local jurisdiction may allow hookah operations to occur if it is completely separated from food service on the premises. So for example, if you allow hookah operations to occur outside, completely separated from indoor food operations, then that may be something that a local jurisdiction may permit if their zoning regulations also allow it. But in East Hartford, that is not something that is permitted within our town. And this was also specifically indoor in the premises, which is specifically stated as not allowed under Connecticut state statute.
So I have another question. So let's say if we were to get it, let's say, for example, we were to get, let's say, another location within East Hartford that has, let's say, an outside patio. Can we sell hookahs even if it's outside, away from the inside?
Not necessarily. So that is something that we would have to bring in our building inspections and permits department, because they would have to look at the zoning regulations of that specific location and what would be permitted or allowed as far as a specific business operation. So, I just want to say, from my understanding, and I'm not an expert within building and inspection, so I don't want to specifically speak on their behalf, but from discussions, from my understanding, there are no business locations within the town of East Hartford that specifically permits hookah operations.
Well, I differ that, but okay.
Well, that's sort of outside of liquor. So, but thank you. Mr. Martin, any follow-up questions?
Of Mr. Burnside, no.
Okay, Mr. Burnside, I want to, and commissioners going once. Okay, so Mr. Burnside, I want to thank you for taking the time out today to help us with this decision and offer your testimony, and it was muchly appreciated, and you are now released as a witness.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin, did anybody else come up on your roster?
Mr. Medeo, do you see anyone else from our list?
No, we still have the sort of the uncertain folks, the 9399 phone number, the J, RSSC, which perhaps is one of Faro's witnesses, and then whoever Mike W might be.
Can we agree, since the confusion is here, since we're on Zoom and I know we don't have control as we usually do, Attorney Matteo, can we agree, hearing officer, that if somebody does come up, we can go back? Just so Attorney Matteo and everyone doesn't go crazy. If somebody just happens to appear that we figure out somewhere down the road and wants to testify, can we just kind of agree we would let them come in? I know that's unusual, but I'm thinking that might be the way to get everybody comfortable and we can move on.
And I think that'll go for both parties. If the remonstrance, if someone comes in, or if down the road someone for Faro comes up, we can alter the proceedings to allow that witness to testify. I'm okay with that. Commissioner McKinney, you okay with that as well?
Yes.
Cool. All right. So
I have an odd request for the remonstrance before they give up, if I can ask.
Sure.
Okay, just for both sides. So you consider we're only allowed to consider what is in front of us, and I would think it would behoove both sides to, or one or the other side, or somebody to give us a map or provide as evidence an engineering map, maybe of the location, And some of the people that testified and on the respondents portion, if you wanted to send in, also yourself, we were showing the parking lot and the cleaning, and it might make sense for both of you to submit that as documents in front of us so we can actually see, because most of the testimony today was based on the neighborhood, the location, and where people are. The three of us are from all over the state. So we are not as familiar. I mean, I've been on Burnside Avenue. I just don't know the exact location. And it's not appropriate for us to go look at that location. It's really what's in front of us is what you submit to us. So I would ask that you'd maybe consider submitting the engineering map, showing us the location, showing us maybe putting in some of the people that testified today for you, and maybe showing some of the things that you did in your testimony, where you're showing where you clean, what you do, and maybe if you want to show that on your map, and if maybe we can ask both of you to submit that, because I think that would make our lives a lot easier as we're discussing this and making some decisions, because a lot of the testimony today was based on issues and locations and outside in the street, and so we have a lot to consider on what's going on, and I think it would do us I think it'd do everybody a better service if we could actually see what we're looking, know what we're looking at. No pun intended, but
Did you want me to do like pictures and then like email them, or how did you want me to?
I would even in Google Map, or if you just got a flat map, I would just do a flat map and send a flat map. And I don't think pictures probably won't help as much. I think if you can actually draw it on the map and show where the building is, and where basically you're showing your cleaning and the things you've done for the neighborhood, and where the other parking lot is, and that's for your side. And I think on the other side, it would behoove to show us where the restaurant is, where those neighbors are, and if you put their names so we know who testified already, so we could take their testimony and we'd be able to compare it to something, just so we have a little bit of an idea. Because it's hard to tell around the corner to a cul-de-sac. It's hard to tell. One said they were across the street, so that's a little easier. But we can get a better idea of what the traffic and all the issues that everybody was talking about. So thank you, if you wouldn't.
Okay. Well, I know the one. Sorry to interrupt, sir. The one that lives on the 233, 235 Burnside. That one is not across the street from the bar. That one is on the opposite side, but like 3 houses down.
You're in charge of on your
yeah.
map of doing your side. So anybody you testify for and anything you testify about, you put it on your map, and the remonstrance will be responsible for putting their people on their map. And I think that would help us out tremendously.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm sorry if that's okay with my fellow commissioners. I'm sorry. Hearing
Mr.
officer,
McKinney, okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
So let me housekeep a little bit with Scott. So we're scheduled for another hour and a half, which may or may not be enough. But if we're going to be asking for new documents, we need those to be entered into evidence, which would mean the hearing continued. Because people would have to swear that this is a true representation and testify about that. So far, so good. So would we accept that by affidavit, or would we want to have a continued hearing?
I think I'd be willing to do affidavit. I think we've done that in the past. We've allowed people to submit back up to their testimony, or I know we've done that in the past. So I would have no objection to that unless Scott thinks that's inappropriate.
It's really it's what you would prefer to do. You can certainly ask for, affidavits. You can set a deadline by which, the parties have to exchange the documents with each other and send them to me for me to forward them to you, and then give them another week or something to respond something. I think that's been done in the past, where they have an opportunity to comment on what's presented if you don't want to hold a full-blown hearing. It's really what you feel comfortable with.
Hearing officer, we have so much testimony. I think it only supports the testimony that we already have. So I'm not quite sure, unless you disagree with me, that further testimony would make a difference, because there is so much testimony on the location. So I think if they mark them, I think it's only back up to the testimony that we have.
I think that would be acceptable to me, and I think Commissioner McKinney was in agreement as well. And Scott, the only wild card there is how far we get in the next hour and a half. If the hearing is going to be continued anyway, then we can do it that way. But if we do come to an end of testimony before 5 o'clock and don't have to continue, then I think we would outline exactly what we'd want the parties to submit to us in line with what you've suggested, which I think would be most effective and efficient and within our parameters or within our authority. So with that, Mr. Martin, I'm going to save your closing statement until the end after Faro Lounge has had its testimony, if that's all right with you. So with that, Mr. Santana and Mr. Custodio, it's your turn to offer testimony and statements and your story about this and why your license should be renewed. So,
okay. I don't know if my brother wants me to talk or if he's gonna talk or.
No, you can go ahead first.
Huh?
You can go ahead.
Okay. So all right. So once again, my name is Gilbert Santana. I'm the manager, head security for the establishment. I've been employed at Faro for about 4 years already, going on 5. Just for the record, I'm a licensed security officer for the state of Connecticut. I've been doing nightclubs, concerts, parades throughout the state of Connecticut for a little over 12, about 15 years already. So I just want to, just let everybody know that. On behalf of us, and I'm gonna, get my notes here. I understand the whole entire noise complaints. I understand, the concerns that our neighbors have with the whole trash, etc. As the head security, I am always at the front door. My job is to pat down, search everybody, and also, pay attention to, cars, show the cars where they're supposed to be parking at, etc. Now, with our business, Faro, we do have a parking lot behind our building and on the side that fits about 25 to 30 vehicles, including 5 parking lots up front of the building. 4 regular, 1 handicap. Those parking lots that are in front of the building are used for the owner and the DJ, and probably about like 1 or 2 security. The parking spot that's in the middle, right in front of the door, I actually closed that off because of the fact that since there's an exit of the club, that's like one of the emergency and main entrance and exits. So I don't have no cars parked there. Now I do have a walk-through metal detector. I have that, and we also have an ID scanner that we check everybody when they come in. Even if they go out to smoke a cigarette right in the front, they have to walk right back through the metal detector, and I check them 3, 4, 5, 10 times a day, the same exact person. And the information regarding the gun that the chief said that they found, etc. It was all outside. It was all after hours when the businesses was closed. Now, I understand they came out of our establishment, but like I stated earlier, and I sorry it wasn't really in the situation of doing it, I'll say it now. The East Hartford Police, Liquor Commission, some that I spoke to, always stated to us and to me, you're responsible for what happens on your property and the property across the street that we rent and we pay for parking, which is Pizza Time. That parking lot at Pizza Time holds about, if I'm not mistaken, close to about 70 or 80 parking spots across the street at Pizza Time. So we pay for that as well. So I have, at the time, we had 7 to 8 bouncers, which is security staff. I have 2 at the door, I have some inside, and I always keep 1 outside. We try to do the best that we can. We try to control the crowd. We try to tell them no loud music. Yo, we gotta leave. Oh, it's already 2 o'clock. We gotta go, let's go. We do all that on our behalf because that's our job title. Now, it is out of our hands if they don't listen to us. You know, if we sit there and bicker back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, then we're going to get into an issue with those same people. So that's why when I see cops park, I tell them, hey, can you give me a hand and help me, you know, take all these people out. Now, Chief Hawkins always wanted us to work as a team. And I could actually say we try to work as a team, but the East Hartford Police Department, they don't want to work as a team. Who's ever outside doing their bar detail and we ask for help, they literally said, oh, that's not my responsibility. That's you. I'm like, so you want us to be a team, you want us to work together, but every time we ask for help, they want to put it against us. If there's something going down 4 or 5 houses down, okay, which is out of our control, which is out of our property that we got to control, they never want to go over there. And I also have police officers who work for the department now and people who work for the town as well that said that all those calls that Chief Hawkins said, supposedly over the last 3 years, over 250 calls, at least 200 of those calls have come from one person, which is Carlos Martinez. Carlos Martinez was an old employee of ours who we got rid of. And ever since we got rid of him, he's been complaining to the town, to the department, every single day, 3 or 4 times a night. The majority of those complaints have come from that one person. And I have witnesses, I don't know, cops, don't know their name off the top of my head, that told me, Kelly, all those complaints, guess where they're coming from? They're coming from your buddy down the street. Mind you, down the street, which is literally about half the football field down the street, he cannot hear the noise from the bar. He only hears noise from when people pull up, garbage, okay, understand that. But if people come up to the bar with loud music, I cannot leave my establishment where I got to secure to go walk 4 or 5 houses up the street and tell that person, lower your music. Now, when they come out the club, I could tell them, I'm like, listen, when you go into your car, please do not put the music on, lower the music, you know, etc. Some people do it, some people don't. By the time they get to across the street, they forget. I feel that my brother should be allowed to restore his license. I feel that he should be allowed to at least give him another chance. He's been a resident of East Hartford for over 20 years. He's owned a convenience store on Burnside Avenue for at least 20 years. He knows the community. He knows everybody there. I understand the nightclub is in a bad area. It's a residential area. I understand. But I feel if we could come together as a group, neighbors, us, the town, East Hartford, and just give us another chance, I honestly think that we could actually make it happen. A lot of people depend, a lot of the staff that we have depend on this job. A lot of them don't work. A lot of them have kids. So for us to close, now, Christmas and New Year's and Three Kings, it puts the hurting on our staff and it puts the hurting on everybody, because this is where my family eats, where, my brother, his wife, his kids, recently newborn granddaughter, like this is their income. This is the only income that they have. So by shutting them down over things that other nightclubs in the area have, like I feel that I feel like it's personal. Like I feel like it's targeted with just us. There's other nightclubs, I'm sure y'all know, in the area that have murders, that had people murder on their property, etc. And they're still open. They have plenty of fights. They're still open. But then us, we have a fight, here and there, or a little escalation here and there. They want to shut us down. And like I said, my brother's had his license since 2018. When we started, everything was good. And we were still operating as, a nightclub. I personally, in my experience since working here, I would say that everything escalated once, once COVID was over, which was literally about like a year and a half ago. But even though within a year and a half ago, we still had 7, 8 bouncers working. And I could happily say, there's never a fight every single weekend. There's not an issue every single weekend. We'll go months without having an issue. And then boom, maybe we'll have a little small issue. But for these residents to say that they see cops that every single weekend is the same thing, that's a lie. Now, the whole thing with the loud music coming from the club, we got the doors that close. Now, when people open the door to come in or go out, or we hold the door open to kick everybody out, you're gonna hear the noise. You're gonna hear people screaming. You're gonna be people, talking loud once they walk into their car. But it's normal. And in my experience of working clubs, every single nightclub in the state of Connecticut, state of New York, etc., people come out the club, they're loud, they're obnoxious. Those are something that we cannot control. Am I right or am I wrong?
Well, you're asking the questions.
We don't answer.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying. And then we eliminated the parking across the street. Across the street from Faro, we eliminated the parking on that side because the town didn't want nobody parking there. So I would say it was about a year already that nobody parks on that opposite side of the road. That's why we got the parking lot across the street at pizza time where people could park. And then Ms. Charlene Hawley has mentioned something about a motorcycle club. We don't have a motorcycle club. We do events during the daytime that we did have a motorcycle club, but that was over by 9:30 p.m. The bar opens up at 9. A lot of people start coming to the bar around 11:30 midnight. I understand Jada Hallway said that she hears noise complaints from 9 to 2. You'll hear noise complaints, people arriving by like 11:30. We open up at 9 o'clock. Nobody gets there prior to like 11. And everybody leaves about 2 o'clock. The only people that are left inside the nightclub after 2 o'clock are security staff, bartenders, and DJs because we're cleaning up and waiting to get paid. The double parking, never seen anybody double park on the street of Burnside. Everybody parks on one side or the other, or somebody parks on the other side. Or they park in our parking lot or in the parking lot across the street, which is pizza time. And a lot of the heavy traffic that I would say, a lot of the heavy traffic is people arriving to the club around those times and when it's 2 o'clock when you're leaving. And just know we were closed for about a year and a half. Actually, about like a year, a little over a year, when it was the pandemic. So we were closed from 2020 to about like May of 2021. The club was closed. And then with the whole trash situation, with the neighbors, as I believe Mr. Willie has mentioned that he did see us come out and pick up trash. Because we did that for our property. We did that across the street in the parking lot for Piece of Time, and then we walk up and down the street. Yeah, that was done a few times. I mean, I feel if, like I said, I mean, I feel if we could, get another chance, really go and, outline on, okay, we're gonna give you this last chance. This is what you need to do. This is how I want things. We're gonna give you, let's say, we're gonna give a probation for 3-6 months and see how everything turns out. I can tell you right now, I'll definitely, do the best I can. I'll definitely make sure we, have a better situation in handling. I understand, they asked us, before, and, according to chief of staff of the town, they said that nothing was being done, etc. But things were being done. We have a great security staff. I mean, like I mentioned, there's things that are out of our control, and we try to get help from the East Harbor Police, and either they help us or they basically just want to complain about it, and they always want it goes towards us in a negative way, and that I've seen plenty of times. I also have a gentleman who's on the call right now. I believe his name is Eli, who's my number 2 in charge, and he can vouch for me with everything I said here. There's also Jency, who's our lead DJ as well, who would also agree to everything I say, who also would like to talk on Fado's behalf.
Okay. So what I was hoping to do here is let you finish your testimony, allow questioning, and then if you had documents or witnesses, we'd move to that, if that were. So let me know when you're done with your testimony.
Yeah. As of right now, I'm done.
Okay. So Chief of Staff Martin, did you have any questions for Mr. Santana?
Yes, I do. I have a few. Appreciate everything you said, Mr. Santana. I have just a few very simple questions. So with everything you stated, do you think this is the best location for Faro Lounge?
Honestly, in a residential area, having a nightclub is never good inside a residential area. But I mean, we've been there since 2018. Never had any issues till literally about like a year and a half ago. So okay. I mean, if my thing is, if the town or the neighbors knew that it was going to be an issue, why did they allow for my brother to renew his license?
That could be because of the bars in the past didn't have an issue, or the people who held a previous liquor license didn't have an issue. The only reason I asked that question is because I agree with you. I think there is a lot that could be out of your control. These are your patrons. It is their behavior. It is the let out to come in, whatever it may be. You said that you guys have done everything you can. You've heard from our police department. They do what they can. They're outnumbered. You're most likely outnumbered as well. Do you think what you guys are doing is enough? And then when you ask the town for a second chance with so much out of your control, what would actually make this better? What would you guys need to do to actually make this better with so much out of your control?
I would honestly say, like, I mean, I could always hire more staff. I could always hire more security staff. I could work with the neighbors and say, hey, listen, if you have an issue, just call me personally. I'll send 1 or 2 of my guys over there to disturb the situation. We can start cleaning up more every weekend. We can start cleaning up the property. If they see that there's bottles or anything, we can start, I'll send some of my guys over there to clean up the property. And if there's an issue with parking, I'll direct more of parking. But like I said, like in our building, we have about 25 to 30 parkings. Then the space across the street, we have parking. But a lot of people that come usually park on our side of the street. Mm-hmm. So if I'm on Burnside facing Main Street, Faro's on the right-hand side. So they'll park on the right-hand side instead of on the left. So on the right-hand side, that's where people normally park. If there's no parking spots available behind our building or across the street. So I
Gotcha.
mean, I could control the parking more. I could hire more security, and if I could pick up trash if they want us to pick up trash, and I'll send my guys to pick up trash.
Gotcha.
But with
And
the whole noise complaints with the arrival, I mean, it's basically out of our hands.
so like I said, a lot that's out of your hands, a lot that is related to patron behavior. Do you or any of your staff at all consider yourself responsible for the behavior of your patrons when they leave the club?
When they leave our property, whatever they do, 4 or 5 houses down, or whatever they do a block away, I feel that's not our responsibility. Because if we tell them, let's say, for example, you come into the club and we tell you, hey, when you leave, just get in your car, go, don't make no noise, etc. I already did my job in informing you what you have to do. If you get in your car and you're parked 3 houses down and you want to blast music and the neighbor comes out and you want to, yell at the neighbors, how is that blame on us?
So with that, and you had referenced, one of the fights that had happened 3 or 4 houses down, it was still the patrons that came out of Faro. So even if you're not directly responsible, even if they're not in the club, directly outside the club on your property, that behavior is a direct result of them visiting Faro Lounge that evening. And that's my point. It's as that being the indirect result of visiting your establishment, do you find yourself responsible for that behavior? But like I said, that's if you don't, and maybe that more so talks to Faro Lounges in a really bad location with it being heavy residential. But if I could, I'll move to my next question, which is about an incident that happened in Faro Lounge, in the actual bar. So I'm going to talk about the October 31st incident, which will be documented in the police report that Assistant Chief Hawkins will send everybody. That incident, which is widely videotaped and online, shows patrons throwing hookahs and bottles and who knows what at one another. Weren't you guys warned by the health department? Like Lawrence Burns said, our health director had testified not to have.
I was not working there that night. So I don't know if my brother wants to answer that question, or if Eli wants to answer that question. But me personally, I was not there that night.
Okay, I'm just looking to see if anyone could acknowledge that hookahs were there that night. We were informed that they should not be. It is documented that they were. And I'd also like if you could confirm that fight did happen inside the establishment.
I can't confirm that it happened.
All right, then I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Santana.
Commissioners?
I do. John, you want to go first? You're on mute.
Go ahead, Nick.
How many people does this? How many people do you get on a Friday, Saturday night in this establishment?
Before or now?
At its max.
On a Friday, anywhere between 70 to about 80, 85 people. Okay. Same thing roughly about for like Saturday. Saturday we get about like 90.
Okay.
Our capacity is 99.
All right. You say that you wait, the people that hang out late at night, they're waiting to get paid. That's every night when you're open? Is that how it goes?
Yeah, and the employees.
And how do you get paid?
You get paid by cash.
Okay.
Some get paid by cash, some get paid by check.
That's what I thought you were going to say to me. Okay. And
some security books.
Okay. And you keep saying, which is there is a responsibility if somebody leaves your place intoxicated, and I don't mean to lecture you, but you keep saying it, and it's ironing me a little bit, because you do have a responsibility if somebody leaves intoxicated. You do have a responsibility if somebody is served in your place and they are intoxicated and they leave. So there is some responsibility. So if they do drive down the street and get into an accident, you do have some liability and some responsibility if they leave your place intoxicated. So thinking that it stops at the door is not necessarily true. You know, there are some legal issues. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to get into the whole thing. But I think saying that everything stops at the door, I don't think is quite correct. And
No,
I'm not gonna debate you. I just wanted to get that out, and that's it. I just had to
No,
say it.
no, I understand. I get that. But if we as security guards or bartenders, whatever the case may be, if we see somebody that it's over intoxicated, we kick them out. We tell them like, okay, look, you had a little too much. Let's go outside, get some fresh air. We give them, water, and if we know the person who they came with, we tell them, listen, your friend's outside. He can't come up. He can't come inside no more. He has to sober up. Put him in the car, have him sleep, or have somebody come pick him up. We've done that. We've done that plenty of times.
Right, but your responsibility does not stop at the door, and that's what you keep saying, and that's not necessarily correct. But I'm not gonna. I don't mean to debate that with you, and I'm not going to. I'm sorry. I'm finished. Thank you.
Commissioner McKinney?
Yeah, we had some testimony earlier that said the town has records that they've had 250 service calls from the police department to this location. Do you dispute those numbers?
Yes, I do. I mean, I don't dispute. Well, maybe rephrase that. I don't dispute the numbers, but majority of those calls have came in from one particular neighbor, and it's the neighbor that doesn't like us, doesn't get along with us because I fired him as an employee. I got rid of him as an employee. And I was also told by a few fellow officers and somebody who works at the town that literally has told me that majority of all these calls and all the complaints and going to the town, etc., have came from that particular person, which was Carlos Martinez.
Are there East Hartford police officers outside your location on a nightly basis?
They're doing bar detail. There's a street. I don't know if you're familiar with the street that's off of Burnside. Forgot the name of it. Where the town usually goes in. You got like the saw or like the gas. It's right across from the bar. So throughout the night or the weekend, mainly Friday and Saturday, there's about 2 or 3 cruisers that are parked there. They'll leave, they'll come back, they'll leave, they'll come back, they'll leave, they'll come back. When we close up at 2 o'clock, they're parked outside on that same street with their lights on, basically to tell the people, okay, we gotta go, let's go, let's go. Some police officers who we're really good friends with, they'll pull up on our side of the bar. They'll come out, they'll come talk to us. Hey, how's the night doing? Are you good? And they talk to us, and they're the ones that tell us about all the complaints with the neighbors. They tell us everything that's going on with Faro. Like, they're the ones that give us the heads up on what's going on, what's happening, what's gonna happen. And they're those same people, the same officers that told us the majority of all the calls are coming from Mr. Carlos Martinez.
Do you think that's normal for a police department to have to put 2 or 3 police cars outside an area of a bar or nightclub?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But we never told them to park there. But I understand they do the same thing at they do the same thing at Bessos, they do the same thing at Malibu and East Hartford. There's officers parked. Like I say, they're parked there not to keep an eye on us. They're just parked to park there. And then, like I said, they'll leave, they'll go to other spots, or they'll respond to a call, they'll come back, but they're not there. They're not there constantly.
So you're saying the deputy chief was testified incorrectly? Is that
About
you're
what?
saying? He said that he has to put on patrol specifically for your location on the weekends. That was
But
the testimony of the deputy chief.
We never hired police officers.
He didn't say that. He said he had to put on, and the town had to assume the expense on the weekends to put on officers just for your location. Are you saying that's
He-
not true?
No, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. But we don't have an issue every single weekend.
So the police is
Don't have an issue every.
right, but so the police are supposed to have a crystal ball and guess which weekend you're gonna have offenses and which weekends you're not? So
No,
they
they're,
can-
no, they're not supposed to have a crystal. No, they're not supposed to have a crystal ball.
Okay, I was just trying to figure out what you were testifying to. All right, thank you.
How many, you don't have an issue every weekend. How many weekends out of a month do you have an issue?
Sir, I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I would literally say we've gone months. I mean, more than 5, 6, 7, 8 months, or even a whole year without having issues. We've gone through that before. We don't have issues every single weekend like all these witnesses and everybody thinks that we do. We don't. We've gone months without having issues. No fights, no. We've gone months without having issues. Now I can literally say with everything in question, with document exhibits and everything, from June or to about like October, okay, it's been about like 2, 3, but we've gone months and years without having any issues as to like fights or anything.
When's the last time you had hookahs at the place?
Well, I haven't worked in a while, so I can't even tell you.
You haven't worked there in a while. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't worked in a while.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
Mr. Martin, any follow-up?
I just want to touch on the police presence and actually I'll talk on the hookah usage. At least the last time.
So it's a question only.
Question? No question. My apologies.
No, that's okay. We can talk about that later maybe, but these are questions on Mr. Santana's testimony only at this point. All right. So, Mr. Santana, any follow-up to the questions that you were asked?
no, I know.
Actually,
The commissioner.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
Hookah issues. I guess the commissioner was asked about the hookah issue. The hookah. When was the last time? For me, I haven't. Like I said, I haven't worked in a while. The last time that was June 10th when we got raided. That I seen personally was.
You're saying the last time you saw hookahs was June 10th. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
when we got raided. Like I haven't worked there in a while.
So now, Mr. Santana, do you have any documents or people you'd like to testify?
I want to call up. Let's see if he's still here. My number 2 guy. Which is I don't even think he's here. Eli Amaro.
Scott, can you find Eli Amaro?
Yeah, I promoted him to panelist, so he should be joining momentarily.
Mr. Amaro, are you there? You're on mute. You're off mute. Hi, Mr. Morrow. Hi, thank you. Mr. Morrow, could you state your name and your address, and then I'm going to swear you in.
My name is Elliot Morrow. I'm second in command of security and 212 Burnside Ave.
Okay. Mr. Morrow, could you raise your right hand? Mr. Morrow, do you solemnly swear that the evidence that you're about to give concerning the case now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Your witness, Mr. Santana.
Eli,
Yes, sir.
what's up, brother? Oh, Eli, just wanted you to basically talk about you and your experience working and what you basically noticed that in the club. Like
So I mean, since I've been working there, we at the beginning we didn't have any major issues, drunks here and there that we've kicked out, or like Mr. Santana said, we've told the person they came with, okay, he's got to go. He's a little too intoxicated. Give him bottled water. We even gone as far as putting them in an Uber, spending our own money to get them home safe. So, I can say that, these past few months, there's been a uptick in occurrences, but nothing to where, the other neighbors and the neighbors have said, that every day, every weekend, there's something going on. There's sometimes where the police are there, 3, 4, sometimes 5 squad cars just hanging out there, and it doesn't specifically mean something has gone on. I can attest to where Mr. Santana said we've gone months without an incident. Maybe we've gotten, noise complaints and stuff like that. But as far as that, I don't see a reason why not to renew Mr. Custodio's liquor license. Like Mr. Santana said earlier, that if we can all come to an agreement, neighbors, PD, and everyone, to see what Fado Lounge can do to make the community safer and better, I think we can work something out in that aspect.
All right, Eli, I have another question for you. Do you agree that the majority of the noise complaints have come from people arriving and leaving the nightclub?
I think so. And we've tried our best to, tell them like, hey, lower the music. And I think it's more of the newer people that come, because our regulars, they know, when they start getting towards, the club, to turn down their music or turn it off. As they leaving, same thing. As everyone's leaving, we try our best to not let cups, beer bottles out. Liquor bottles, we don't let out. Do they hide them and they get away from us? Maybe, but we could definitely, go up and down the street after we kick everyone out and everyone's gone, and, pick up and stuff like that. I think that could be a solution. But yeah.
Also, the trash, like you just mentioned, we don't let people, leave with it. If they hide it, of course, we're not gonna know. But do you think that the trash is also part of when people come to the club, like before they drink, or they still might have the bottle? They still might have the beers or bottles of liquor inside, and then they'll drink when they leave.
Like I said, people would hide them, so we can't catch everyone, but we try our best. So it could be partially put on us, but one of the other witnesses had said that he finds, nips, cans, stuff like that. That doesn't come from our club, So it can be that they get there already pre-gaming. That's what it's called, where you drink before the club. So it could be that when they arrive, they get out of the car, drinking their nip, drinking their can of beer or whatever, and they just toss it aside. So it's not solely all put on us. So
I believe the last question, parking. You think parking now is a big issue? Because according to Miss Jada Hawley, she's saying that people double park in the street.
I'm not gonna say she's wrong. I'm not. Because sometimes I do see people waiting for someone to pull out for them to pull in. Or even when we get out, when we kick everyone out, everyone's, parking up, and, we go over there and we tell them, hey, move it along, you're causing traffic. Sometimes the police officers come over and they like, let's move it, over their car intercom. But, as of late, everyone knows to, not park in front. We do have parking in the front of our club where we have, about 5-6 spots. But we also have our metal detector out there when it's not raining or snowing or any type of inclement weather. And we do have parking on the side of our building and in the back. So when that fills up, we tell everybody to go park across the street at the parking lot. So, when people come and, they park on their own, it's not like we're sending them to park in front of people's houses. They just do it on their own, so I don't, in that aspect, I don't know what to do if they want us to, hire someone specifically to walk up and down the street and tell people they can't park in other people's parking, in front of their houses. I don't, it's public parking.
So do you think that wait, the last one. Do you think Fado should get his license reinstated and give us another chance if we just work as a team?
I think so. Like I said, a lot of these problems can be avoided. Trash, loud music could be addressed. The traffic could definitely be addressed. Parking can somewhat be addressed. Like I said, it's a public roadway, so it's public parking. They can, as long as there's a do not park sign stuck in the ground, if I heard earlier people would remove those signs. I mean, again, we're inside the club, making sure everyone's safe and stuff. We don't have, I don't think we have any jurisdiction to do anything about that. I mean, all we can do, to walk up and down the street and tell them they can't park there. But if they give us another shot, if they give him another shot, I think we can make something work, and come together as a community, and get it done.
Now, do you believe all the noise complaints have been in the summertime, like spring, summertime?
I think definitely it's more in the spring and the summertime. Just because you do have your motorcycles, your slingshots and stuff like that, going up and down the street. But it's not just people coming to the club. It's all day, every day. People, witnesses have said that it's a main road. When Burnside is actually a side street off the main street. But if they consider it a main road, there's going to be trucks, there's going to be motorcycles. In the summertime, you have those quads and dirt bikes that rip up and down the street that we have no control over. You know what I mean? So,
All right. Thank you, sir. I mean, I don't know if anybody at the committee has any questions for Eli.
So yes, Mr. Morrow, I'm going to have open up the questioning first to Chief of Staff Martin and then to the commissioners. So, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just a few questions. So just for the record, Eli, you are an employee of Faro's, paid by Faro's, correct?
Yeah.
So is it safe to say you have a direct financial interest in Faro's?
You can say that. I do it to help my friend out. I don't necessarily need it financially, but I help out. So, yeah.
Yeah, understood. Thank you. My last question is, during the October incident, pretty much the last incident that happened at Faro, inside, were you working that evening?
I believe so. I was outside. I was working the door.
Do you remember, and if so, could you describe kind of to us on the call what happened that evening inside the bar?
I was outside searching, make sure people pass through the metal detectors and give me their IDs. Next thing you know, the doors flung open and people started spilling out. I don't know exactly what happened, but so I went in and tried to defuse and whatnot. But
Do you at least acknowledge that an incident did happen inside the bar that night?
I mean, like I said, people were spilling out, and people were running out, so I'm pretty sure something happened.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
So I'd open it up to Commissioner Barletta or McKinney.
One question, well, a couple questions. How many people would you say are there on a usual weekend night?
I would have to agree with Mr. Santana. Sometimes Fridays are a little slower than Saturday. So, sometimes Fridays we have 60 people, 50, not too many, but then Friday is our little busier day, and we'll get up there to about 80, 90 people.
Okay. And is food served in this establishment? I actually got that.
There are times, I can say sometimes, yeah, if the cook's there.
Okay, and how are you paid?
Sometimes by check, sometimes by cash, like Mr. Santana said.
And the other question is, so Mr. Santana said he hasn't been there in some time. When was the last time you were there?
I was the last time we were open, I believe, yeah, the 4th.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner McKinney.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understood what you testified to. You said that most of the noise is when people are coming or leaving. Is that correct?
Yeah. And then you get the noise from when the door opens up, when people walk in and stuff like that throughout the night. But people try to prop the door open. We're just like, hey, we got to close the door. You know what I mean? And we'll close the door. So.
Okay, so the noise in the neighborhood that's coming from people going to Faro or leaving Faro, there isn't any other source of the noise in the neighborhood. Is that correct?
I believe so, yeah. Unless someone in the neighborhood's throwing a party in their house, which we have no knowledge of, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Santana, any follow-up questions for Mr. Amaro?
No, I think I'm all set with Mr. Amaro in the meantime.
Okay. Mr. Amaro, I want to thank you for taking the time out to help us and testify, and we appreciate your time and to help us work this through. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Santana, next witness for you.
Yes, the next one I am going to call on will be Jency Ortiz.
Mr. Ortiz, are you, Scott, can we get Mr. Ortiz invited or?
I'm trying to promote him to panelist.
Thank you. That would be what I meant.
There he goes.
Mr. Ortiz, could you take the mute off your device?
Hello.
Hi. Hi, Mr. Ortiz. Could you identify yourself for the commission today?
Sure. My name is Jency Ortiz, and I'm ahead of the DJs. And I'm here for any question that you guys have for me. I'm willing to give an answer.
Great. And first name is Jency or Gents? I didn't catch it. I'm sorry.
Jency.
Jency. Okay. Like it says right there. Great.
Yep.
Mr. Ortiz, what's your address?
My address is 129 Westfield Avenue in Sonia, Connecticut.
Great. Okay. So we can't see you, but I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Ortiz, do you solemnly swear that the evidence you're about to give concerning the case now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Very good. Your witness, Mr. Santana.
Mr. Ortiz, how are you today?
I'm doing great. Just finished work.
All right, sorry to bother you. I know you was very busy today.
Yeah.
Mr. Ortiz, so could you explain to everybody what your job is at Faro Restaurant and Lounge?
Well, my job is I'm book all the DJs between Fridays and Sundays. Also, I'm in charge in anything that related to system, any equipment, any lights, anything related with technology and Faro.
Okay, thank you. Question: while you're booking these DJs, do you tell the DJs once we let everybody out for them to notify the patrons of not to be blasting music and trash and everything outside?
Yes, and also I gotta say this because I've been listening the whole time. Faro is the only place in Connecticut that we stop or we turn on the light at 1:35, especially Saturdays. Then actually is our crowded day. At 1:35, if the owner don't turn on the light, I'm the one actually says, "Hey, I need a light." When it's super crowded, 1:15, 1:20, music stops. And most of the time, by 1:44, 1:45, 1:50, club is empty.
That's correct.
Also, I heard people complaining about music before or at 9 o'clock. Impossible. Even though it says at 9 o'clock, they never did at 9 o'clock. Maybe the owner cleaning and organize everything. Usually music.
What time do the DJs arrive?
Usually at 9 o'clock, 9:30.
What time does the DJ set up and start playing music?
Well, usually now, I mean, 10 minutes. I mean, I said 35 or 10, yeah, 10:45 around. But I gotta tell you this, 85% of the customer always complain because the music's super low. And actually, a lot of DJs hate DJing at Faro because they know they can't blast the music. That's the reason I got a monitor behind the DJs. So you wanna feel music loud, so blast the monitor. So actually, we got actually a sound processor that we control the volume of the whole club. And if you guys need proof out of it, I'm willing to work on to send you pictures, videos, and everything how the sound processor works, and it's installed in the owner's cell phone and a special tablet that we have just designed for the whole music on the club.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Also, Jency, so there's also been complaints here about trash and noise complaints coming from the outside, like you just stated. You know, you control the music inside with the special monitor. Do you agree that majority of all the noise complaints are coming from people arriving and leaving the club?
Yeah, basically every time they open the door, I mean, it's something that we can control. And like I said, even though the music in Faro is not loud like the rest of the club, yeah, every time they come in and out, I mean, yeah.
Now parking. What Jesse, what do you think about the parking at Faro?
I never see nobody double parking. I've never seen nobody double parking. We got a front parking lot and real parking lot, and actually we pay for extra parking. I just don't know where the people get it them is saying then double parking. I don't know.
Okay. Also, when was the last time, Jesse? When was the last time you was DJing? When was that?
Oh my God, I've been traveling a lot the past couple months. I don't remember. I think it was the last time that we actually opened. It was like 2 weeks ago.
Okay, and how was the crowd that night? Could you say?
It was kind of slow. No, it wasn't that bad. Yeah.
Do you, Jesse? Another question. Do you agree that with everything that's been going on since June when we got raided, business has been down?
Oh yeah, a lot. 65%. Something that I don't get it, like, and my apologize for this. I heard people saying like it's every weekend. I mean, the last time that we spent almost 8 months without no fight. We got no problems. I can say this: we are the only place that we have 7 security guys. And you understand the downside about Faro is in the residential area. I understand that. I mean, I'm agree 100%.
Okay. Now, just Ortiz, in regards to the having 7, 8 security staff, do you agree that a lot of people go to Faro because of the fact that they feel safe because of the fact that they see a lot of security?
Yeah, that's been over that.
Okay. Thank you for that. When was the last time you seen hookah at our establishment?
I think the last time that I saw hookahs in Faro was when these guys, I forgot the name, health department was there.
That's when the last time you seen it while you DJing there. That's correct?
No, because the last time that I was in Faro was like 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. Was no hookah.
And there was no hookahs. That's correct, right?
No.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I believe. Oh, so last question for you. Should Mr. Custodio get his license renewed?
Well, that's tough because, in my opinion, that's the only income. That's how they support his family here in Dominican Republic. Maybe a lot of you guys don't know about it, but he actually paid for everything for his mom and his family down Dominican Republic. That's the only income between him and his wife. At the end of the day, everyone has to fight to provide food for her family.
That's correct.
I mean, I know Faro is in a residential area. I know it's always gonna be complained, but there is a club close to Faro donde is every weekend a fight, shooting, stabbing, and way worse than Faro. And police is always there every weekend, and this is open. And I just don't get it. Why Faro?
Jesse, I have a question. I have another question. Do you think the town, or even let's say neighbors or East Harbor Police, do you think it has something personal?
I cannot say that. I apologize, but I cannot say that. The only thing I can say is there is a guy there, I forgot the name, that he used to work there, that he's doing everything to close that place down. Because something happened, then we have to call the police because he actually he sprayed the pepper spray to one of the owner's father. And one of these guys, he was the one recording the video and spreading the whole social media. Everybody knows that, even the police officers.
Which is Carlos Martin.
Yeah, that name.
I remember that incident. That incident happened about, I was told about that incident. That incident happened about like a month ago. Even we called the cops to do a report on that person and on that situation. And at the end of the day, it was still a negative look on us.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the officers, because I was there, he actually pointed the guy. He actually was the guy he always called. Because everybody knows each other in that area. I'm not from that area, so. but they all know each other.
Okay. I don't think I have more questions. Mr. Ortiz, if anybody else in the committee wants to ask him questions.
Thank you. Mr. Ortiz, I'm going to open up the question to the remonstrance, the people who are against renewal of the license, as well as the commissioners for the Department of Consumer Protection. So first is Mr. Martin from the remonstrance.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Ortiz, for taking the time to speak with us today.
No problem.
Just want to confirm, you are also a paid employee of Farrell's Lounge, right?
I'm sorry, sorry again. I'm sorry.
Are you a paid employee of Farrell's Lounge?
Well, as a DJ, I just get paid every time that I just DJ.
Okay. How often do you DJ at Farrell's?
Every week, I said, before I got promoted for my new job.
Gotcha.
Now it's maybe once a month now, because I work for a special company, and when they call me that I have to go, I have to go. I can say what I do, but when they call me, I have to go.
No, that's
right now, I'm not even in Connecticut.
Gotcha. Understand. Do you know if you were working during the October incident, where the fight that took place inside Farrell Lounge?
No, I was in the 31st.
Yes,
I
sir.
don't remember. I think I was in California. I'm just, if I go through back my flyers, maybe I can answer that, but I don't know if I can. No. I left October 28th to California. No.
Gotcha. Okay. And then you guys had just referenced an incident that happened about a month ago. Is that the same October 31st event that we're talking about?
No, I don't think so, because that was, I think we closed that night. Everything was perfect, and I heard some noise outside, and that's when I found out this guy sprayed the owner father.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I just want to state for the record, every time you guys say you haven't had a fight for 8 months or over a year, that is pretty incorrect. At least referencing our exhibit document that shows all the incidents that we've called, the October incident that you have openly acknowledged, and then whatever this last incident is that you're talking about. So it hasn't been a year since you've had.
That's what we said. From June to now has been an uptick. But before all that,
give me a second, Gilly. Give me a second, and I apologize. Before October 31st, can you guys recall when was the last fight?
Either October 31st or whatever the last incident that you guys were just saying happened.
Prior to that, we never had a fight.
That kind of conflicts with what Mr. Santana just mentioned, that there was an uptick during the summer after June 10th.
And like I said, I'm just speaking for myself.
I understand. Right. The times that you were there. I understand.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And I can tell you this, and they all know me. When I'm DJing, they got to keep the eye on me because I oversee everything.
Mm-hmm.
I oversee everything. And they know that's the reason. If it is any fight, I will remember. But prior to that, I don't remember what was the last fight. Prior October 31st.
Understood. And you said you're not aware of any hookahs being in Farrell Lounge since the town's June 10th.
No.
Okay. All righty. Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. That's all I have.
Mr. Ortiz, I'd like to let the commissioners ask you some questions if they have some.
Sure.
I have none. Thank you.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Ortiz, thank you very much for taking the time out to help us with this decision and for your testimony. And
thank you.
Muchly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Santana, another witness for you.
I don't think I have any more witnesses. I mean, the only other person that's on here is it's my brother, Rafael. But I mean, he's the owner. So if he wants to talk on his behalf, I mean, he could talk on his behalf.
Mr. Custodio, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I just want to say a few words.
about business, I'm been in the East Alfred area for more than 20 years too. Like my brother said before, I used to have grocery store, travel agency. So I always try to do something for the town. I didn't plan to do anything to make it worse, like it bad. I just try to provide employees for people, like upgrade. Or everybody have a drink, everybody have a escalate. So if I can do that, so for my family, for my employees' family, and then I do anything they can ask me anytime we have a meeting with chief police of town. Like for the metal detector, I buy a scanner for the ID. I did it. They begin me complain about the parking lot ticket. I rent the parking across the street. And then they gave me another complaint about, all the street all the time, you got to pay for cleaning. I clean back to back. They say the neighbor next door, maybe they say they see me one time, but everybody see me more. Even the police officer, sometimes they be walking with me later around 2 o'clock, 2:10, me and my wife, corner to corner. I'm in the parking lot, next block, so make it clean. Anything that town asks me to do it, I do it. So every time we have a complaint about every night for the parking or music, it's for the person who talking about before, my brother Gilbert talking before. So if you see any car parking across the street for his house or on the front of the house, they become the cops, no matter 1, 2, 3, 4 times a night. So I'm just saying, we're trying to do the best we can do. We're here to do anything you guys work. We can work together and do it better. Because like my brother said, this is the only support I have for my family, me and my family. So if it's anything, I have to find out to do anything else. And I'm 47 years old. So if I don't do anything legal before, I don't gonna do it now. So I gotta, restart again. So trying how to support my family. Because one person don't like me in the neighborhood and be for more than 20 years. I understand because I'm here at the time about the noise. But I think everything this happens in this summer, because the summer before, we renewed license 4 times since 2008, 19, 20, 21. So we renewed the license because we got no problem. So last summer, everything was wild after the COVID. So people was outside, music, happy, going outside. And then we tried the controller. Even personally, me one time, I got people outside with a loud music. I think it was right next across the street for the Kenyon Street. And I see 3 police cars parked outside. And they with the flashing, please help me. And they're waiting for almost 2 minutes. When the neighbor called the police and make a report, and then he come pass by and laugh and say, it's not good for the pigeons, huh? And I told you, that's what I'm saying, help me. So we can, if we go together, let's go work together. I'm trying to do my best. So if you have 3 cars parked over there and I'm still flashing, help me. Why you don't help me? I'm a civilian too. This is my business, but you see me trying to do the best for the community. But you were waiting for the complaint so you can write it down and say, oh, we got another complaint. Oh, we got another complaint. So for the neighbors here, so I'm sorry about it. I'm sorry for everything that happens. I'm trying to do my best to get better every day. If you guys can help me out, most of you guys know me. See, if you don't got my number, you can give my number. If you see anything, you park yard, garbage, anything, send me a picture of fellow, this happened. I got this, and then we work together. Me and my security, so we're there. We're not enemy. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Martin, any questions for Mr. Custodio?
No. Well, the only question I guess I could ask, you guys continuously bring up Carlos Martinez, who has been probably the most vocal person against you guys and against kind of the activity that's been going on. As you know, he lives a few houses down. I wasn't aware that he worked for you guys before or whatever your history is. But do you think at all that Carlos is maybe the only individual, the only resident on that road that may have the courage to speak up against what the actions that are coming out of Faro Lounge? Do you at all acknowledge that maybe the 22 residents that signed our petition, the 10 that had signed on to be a witness on here, even though we had 4 show up. Do you think at all that maybe there's a possibility that those residents just do not have the courage that Carlos does to speak up against what's going on at Faro?
No, we're not saying, I'm not saying that at all. I understand that they have an issue, that's why we're here. Like we're neighbors. I understand their frustration. I understand everything. And I understand. I agree with them. You know,
Actually,
everything.
Mr. Santana, these are questions for your brother.
No, yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. When it first happened in the summer, and I had the first meeting with the chief of police, at least 2-3 people come to me. They know me, and they tell me, "Hey, fellow, be careful. Carlos, he said he went down to the town. Yes, he's out for town hall to get people sign the paper to shut it down." And I told, "Okay, go ahead. I don't do anything wrong. I mean, I'm not a drug dealer. I'm family member, so I have to support my family. He's from the community, so he do whatever he can do, he do it. Because I don't do anything wrong. I'm just trying to do my best." And I know the first time I had the meeting with the chief of police, I mentioned that I know he's doing this and that because he's saying my face. I promise I'm gonna shut it down. Believe it or not, I say, "All right, go ahead, do whatever you gotta do." And I know because the 2-3 person come to me, they say he knocked at his door and asked for the favor to sign the paper. And then he went to the town and spoke to the mayor, everybody. So I said, "Okay, go ahead." That's why we mentioned that, because he's the one that's focused in that. And I know we got more neighbors. I know we got more people, and that music bother. I know. But I know this is the one, the mayor. Like we talked before, I know every night he called 3 or 4 times, no matter what, just for nothing.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Custodio. I'm sorry.
Commissioners?
Not my.
No questions for me. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Santana, Mr. Custodio, you have no other witnesses?
No, we're all set.
Okay, so what I'd like to do now is ask the remonstrants to make a statement, and then I'd ask the permittees to make a final statement. And we might get this done.
If I may interject, we do have, it looks like Maria Rivera called in at some point. I know she was on the list of witnesses for the remonstrance, so I'm going to promote her to panelist. So,
okay, that's great. Ms. Rivera, could you come off mute, please? Still muted.
Okay, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Carlos Martinez's mom.
Okay. So first off, could you identify your full name and your address, please?
Okay, my name is Maria D. Rivera. I live in 190 Burnside Avenue, apartment 4.
Thank you. We can't see you, but I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand.
Okay.
Ms. Rivera, do you solemnly swear that the evidence you are about to give concerning the case now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Now we can see you. Thanks. So, Mr. Martin, your witness.
Sure. Hi, Ms. Rivera.
Hi.
Thank you for taking the time. I have a few questions for you. So for starters, can you please describe to the commission and everyone on the call what your general experience has been with Faro Lounge?
Okay, I've been having experience about the loud music, also the double park. Sometimes when I'm trying to get out from my driveway, it's car parking in the driveway, and it's hard for me to get out from the driveway. They broke my husband's mirror from the left side. Been seeing bottom. They drove bottom in the parking in the driveway of my house. People been coming in the parking lot to use the bathroom from that club after the club is closing.
Gotcha. Understood. You just tell us a little more about how some of the activity going on Burnside with Faro has impacted your quality of life.
Okay, I feel sometimes I'm going to be honest, I feel afraid Because at that time when the fight started in front of the club, I feel that something can happen to me. You know, they can have a gun and they can start shooting people. Who knows? You know, so I got to be aware of they getting off the club in case I had to drop on the floor. Just in case I hear somebody with a gun, I can drop on the floor and save my life. So to me, why I gotta live afraid in my own house? Because this club, the people that come to the club, they've been fighting outside of the club. Sometimes they be fighting my bedroom door window is closest in the street side. I'm sorry, I'm kind of nervous. And they fight there and they start fighting in my window, argument. And I've been calling the police too. So it's not on, I don't know why they mentioned my son, Carlos Martinez, because he's not the only one that called the police.
Thank you. How often do you see this activity happening at Faro, this disruptive behavior you're referencing?
I would say every day, because if they don't fight in front of the club, they will fight across the street in the parking lot or pizza time.
Okay. And how many times have you brought this up to the town or the police department?
Well, I call the police, but I don't call the police all the time, because sometimes when I look through the window, I see 4 police officers in front of Faro, parking in front of, across the street from Faro. So then I feel safe. So I don't call because they're there. I call if I don't see police officer cross the street.
Gotcha. And just to, if you could confirm with us, are you aware of Carlos being an employee of Faro Lounge?
Carlos Martinez never worked for Faro. Okay, because I'm the legal guardian and my son is disabled. He cannot work.
Okay, so.
And he don't have my permission. I'm the legal guardian. And he don't have my permission to work with Faro. He never worked for him. So that's a lie.
And it's not at all possible that he could have worked for them without you knowing.
Exactly.
Okay.
I mean, not without me knowing, but if he did that, it was not legal because Carlos cannot work.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Alrighty, Ms. Rivera, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
And can I mention the incident that happened when my son was involved?
You've got to answer questions.
Okay, okay, all right.
What was the incident that happened with Carlos?
Okay, that's the day that my son got arrested and he sprayed the pepper spray to his wife father.
Okay.
I think it was October something, I forgot that day. But that day, the security guard came to the driveway of my house, okay? And I know the guy, I don't know the name of the guy, but I know the guy, I know it was both of them, and I got video. If you want the video, I can bring it to you. There was that one, they came to the driveway to start with Carlos. So Carlos feel afraid, and he got my other son involved in the situation. So my son went over there to talk to them to leave Carlos alone, because they all the time when they see Carlos, they argument with him. So my older son went over there to talk to them. That's when the father-in-law came to Carlos. He punched Carlos in the face, so he feels unsafe. That's why he used a pepper spray as a self-defense. But if, like I say, if you want the video, I can bring it to the city hall. The security guard came with another guy, and he was the one that cannot be here. I'm not saying that Carlos should know better, but Carlos have a disability. Okay. And sometimes it's hard for Carlos to deal with situations like I will deal with, or another person will deal with. So that day, while he was like getting his brother to defend himself, when they punched him, I know he did the wrong thing, but he feel afraid. So he got a pepper spray as a self-defense. He used it. But they the one they cannot be here and provoke Carlos.
Gotcha. Understood.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you very much, Ms. Rivera. That's all
all I have.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
So, Mr. Santana, do you have any questions based on the testimony you just heard?
A question for who? A question for her?
From Ms. Rivera, yes.
Okay, yeah, I have a question. Ms. Rivera, so when did you ever see a fight in the parking lot of across the street from Pizza Time when there was never a fight?
I see a fight all the time when it's in the crossing the street in Pizza Time. You know what happened? When they fighting and people call the police, everybody jump in their car and they leave. That's what happened. But it's a fight all the time across the street of my house in Pizza Time.
I could disagree with that, but okay.
That's all right. You don't have to agree with me, sir. We all that respect.
Any further questions, Mr. Santana?
Yeah, so she's saying that her son has never worked at Fado and has never worked anywhere else because he has a disability issue. Me being a bouncer for, like I said earlier, 12 to 15 years, I've seen Carlos working at a nightclub, okay? At other clubs.
It's gotta be a question.
That's not a question. Yeah.
All right, well, she said that she never seen them. Can you agree to say that you never seen Carlos work at Fado?
Well, we're talking about Fado. We're not talking about other club or other things. I never see my son working in another club. Not that I'm aware.
My question to you is, my question to you is, you said that you never seen Carlos working at Fado, but did Carlos tell you that he did work for us?
I never working for Fado. Never.
Okay. I got four witnesses that said that he did work for us.
That's a lie. That's a lie. He never worked for you guys.
He has a disability. He has a disability.
Not on my knowledge.
Hearing officer, asked and answered.
Yeah, could you answer the question directly, ma'am? And Mr. Santana, if you want to repeat it, that's fine.
I'm saying, can she agree to agree to say that her son has never worked at Fado?
Ms. Rivera?
That say
like I
that he
said
has worked.
earlier, I don't have a knowledge that he worked for another club. And
Right,
I don't have a knowledge that he worked for you. To my understanding and what I know, I hope that he told me the truth. And I hope he never worked for Fado.
Well, I could.
To my understanding,
so your answer is, to your knowledge,
no,
he's never worked for Faro.
Right.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any further questions, Mr. Santana?
No, I don't got no more questions. I don't got no questions for her. I don't know if my brother does.
Mr. Custodio?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Commissioners?
No, I don't.
No, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Rivera, I thank you very much for taking the time to come and join us and testify today. And we appreciate your helping us work through this issue. So thank you.
Right. Actually, hold on. I'm sorry.
Right.
I believe Jancy Ortiz had a question for Ms. Rivera.
He doesn't get to ask questions. Sorry.
Oh.
Can I have a question though?
No, you don't get to ask questions either.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
All right. So we've taken all the testimony that's available today. Is that correct, Scott?
Yes.
Okay, so no further witnesses are available. Everyone's testified. At this point, I would like Mr. Martin to make his final statement. And then we'd go to the permittees for a statement. So unless are there any further questions from either commissioner before we do final statements?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Martin.
Yep, thank you. So I want to start with at least acknowledging one very important thing, is that Mr. Custodio and Mr. Santana have been cooperative with our police department, with our health department. Like I said, I think despite I do believe hookahs are still in the building, despite our order, but I will admit that you guys have been very cooperative with our police department. What I will admit though, with that said, is despite all of our efforts, all of your efforts, all of the collaboration, the problem has not gotten better. And I don't believe it will get better. I do believe right now you guys are in a slow period. One, because your liquor license expired, so you are closed because of that. Two, because it's a winter, it's cold out. But I am not confident that come spring and summertime, we're not going to be back with these same issues in the neighborhood. I think it's very clear that our witnesses live in the neighborhood, whether it be across the street, whether it be down the block. The fact that someone is willing to testify who lives a block and a half away shows the spread or the impact of the spread of impact that Faro Lounge activities has on that entire neighborhood, that someone would be willing to testify who lives that far away. And I don't think it's fair to discredit what a witness is saying, a resident who lives on that street, who is experiencing that every weekend, if not every other weekend, when you may be preoccupied, busy inside the bar. You may not be able to see everything that a resident sees because you are inside the bar. You may not see the double parking. You may not see the fights. You may not see what the residents see. So I don't think it's fair to discredit what some of the witnesses are saying. We also have our police testimony, which is backed by a police report that will be shared with you guys from Assistant Mac Hawkins. That is set in stone, that is documented, and that is real. That is not made up. I think it's pretty evident that Faro Lounge is in the wrong location. You're very right that a bar naturally is going to have some of these problems. The let out is always going to be crazy no matter where you go. It's probably crazy at 860. It's probably crazy at Malibu. Malibu and 860 are both outside of residential districts. They're both in business districts. They don't have that resident component. But it goes back to my comment earlier that you need to be responsible. You need to consider yourself responsible. The town considers you responsible for how your patrons come into that restaurant and how they leave that restaurant. So even if it happens down the road, even if it's a fight, it's something that's totally out of your control, you do hold a degree of liability to what those patrons do in that neighborhood when they leave Faro Lounge. The fact that people arrive at 11:30 in a residential neighborhood does a lot, I think. And that's natural to a bar as well. Your people do not come early. They come at 11:30. So what time do we think they're leaving, right? You kick them out around 1:32. You're not the only bar to kick everybody out around 1:32. That's standard in Connecticut. But with people starting at 11:30 so late, I don't think it's that off to think that they would continue to be rowdy throughout the rest of the early morning hours. It's pretty evident that they are, and it's pretty common with almost every single bar in Connecticut, at least most of them. This is really just like I said, you guys have been cooperative with the town, but I think through all of our efforts and even future efforts, this is not going to get better. It's gonna tick up again next summer, next spring, especially as COVID winds down. More people want to get out, more people learn about you. This problem is not going to solve itself. It's not going to get better. And I think, like I said in the beginning, the town is opposed to that liquor license being renewed because, and Mr. Custodio, I feel for you, and I respect what you're doing for your family, but as a town representative, I have 51,000 residents to think about. And not all of them are calling me, but the majority of them on Burnside are, and not just Carlos. That's who we represent, and that's who we have to think about. It's a quality of life of the neighborhood. So I appreciate what you do, and I appreciate your intent. I know you guys are not here to piss off residents. I know you're not here to cause trouble in the neighborhood, but your patrons are. And if you can't get a hand on that, which I don't believe you can, unfortunately, because of just the nature of where you are and the nature of what happens at a bar, we cannot support your liquor license being renewed.
So, Mr. Santana, do you want to talk? Do you want to split it with you and Mr. Custodio?
I just want to say one thing. Mr. Martin always he's repeating himself over, as to say that he doesn't think. If we work together, if we work and we did good with the health department and the police department, and if we did good, acknowledge that we worked as a team, etc., what makes him think that we cannot do it? Okay, I understand the residents, their issues, but if we could sit down with the residents and we could sit down with the police department and the health department and say, listen, we worked great.
To do that.
This is Mr. Santana's final statement. No questions, no interruptions, please.
Mute
Yeah,
yourselves.
so if we work good with them, with the police department, the health department, then we could work with the neighbors. We could start fresh and work with neighbors. Like you said, this is the winter time. This is a downhill. You know, yes, spring, summertime, it may be an uptick, but we right now are in the process of trying to move out of East Hartford, away from everybody to a business or a different location. So we may not be in East Hartford by the time next spring comes or next summertime comes. We want to make everybody happy. We're literally in the process of moving Fido to somewhere else, where in a business district or something, just to make everybody happy.
Okay, no, that's different. By all means, give it to them. Let them go. Go and get it.
Scott, can you mute Ms. Rivera, please?
That wasn't Miss. That was actually Carly. But just like Carly was just saying, that was actually Harley. I was going to say that was she just saying. She was like, give it to them. Give us another chance. Give us a chance to fix everything that we have to fix now. Work with our neighbors, okay? Work with our neighbors, and come up to an agreement where everybody's happy and we're all one big family in the neighborhood, and just get everything situated. I mean, me personally, I think we deserve another chance. Whether we get a probation period where we say, okay, we're gonna renew your license, we're gonna give you a 3 months probation, or we're gonna give you a 6 months probation to see how you are from now into 6 months. I feel it's necessary, especially if this is the only income that my brother has, who is a resident of the town of East Hartford, been a resident of the town of East Hartford for 20 years, and also pays taxes. He pays taxes.
Anything you want to add to that, or Mr. Custodio, anything you wanted to add to that?
No, I'm just saying. You're saying the Faro Lounge is not a right place or a right spot. So even if I move, somebody else gonna come get you guys gonna give you the license. Maybe it's gonna happen same thing. You're gonna put some rules. Okay, you can open, but you gotta do this, and that. Why we can't do the same thing?
So, final statement done?
Yeah, it's done.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to make a recommendation that we keep the window open till Wednesday for people to submit documents that we requested or that we may have asked, or that they would like to submit to the body. Those documents would have to be submitted to Scott Matteo, the attorney for the department.
By next Wednesday?
Wednesday, the 21st. So pursuant to Commissioner Boleto's statement, we're going to keep the record open. Do we want to describe what's required now, Scott, or you want to just wait until people send things? So,
Can you clarify what do you mean by requirement?
do we need things sworn to, or are we going to take it under oath now?
It's entirely, it's entirely up to you. I mean, obviously it's an administrative hearing, so hearsay is admissible. You can take it for what it's, the documents for what they're worth.
Yeah, I don't think we need it sworn to.
Okay, so maps, official documents, things that you think are important to this this hearing by the 21st, close of business the 21st, Commissioner Boleto?
Sure, that's fine. And just for the remonstrance, that would also include the police department. I'm just going to dump the responsibility of that on you because I don't believe he's still on.
No, he's not. That's fine. We'll get it.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So close of business, which will take as 5 o'clock on Wednesday, the 21st. Please submit any documents to Attorney Matteo. At that time, we will close the evidence for the hearing. We will review all the testimony and documents that have been presented, and we will issue a written decision to each of the parties within 90 days or less. If you are aggrieved by that decision, either side may appeal. With that, I'm going to close today's hearing. Once again, the record is open. And I appreciate everyone who testified, presented, listened in, and offered help, and as well as the commission and Attorney Matteo. So thank you all. This is long, and everyone kept their cool, which I appreciate.
Can I say one last thing? If I could get an answer real quick. So can my brother put in the paperwork to renew his liquor license?
I think you'd have to bring that up with the liquor commissioner. I don't know that answer.
Yeah, and Gilly, we've traded emails and had phone calls about this. But if you have questions, you can follow up with either myself or Director Anderson.
Okay. Hey, Scott, when you get a chance after this call, can you give me a call?
I have to leave. You can call me tomorrow.
All right, I got you.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Scott, if you want to terminate the recording now.
I will do that.
Thank you all again.